Most people assume the grisly images in this game's finale were what resulted in an M rating in its initial release. Personally, I think it has more to do with the fact that this game released months after the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing, an Islamist terrorist attack that claimed 3 lives and injured hundreds, including a dozen who had lost limbs. And the opening episode in this game is about a courtroom being bombed. That makes a lot more sense because the grisly images in the game's finale just seemed like a pretty standard Ace-30 crime scene, nothing to go nuts about.
These are dark times.
Narration. I don't deny that Athena would have fallen after stubbing her toe on one of the steps, but she leaned forward first. Shouldn't the fall have continued forward instead of shifting back? Whoa, Phoenix is back to his lawyer job already? Wait, are future episodes going to take place before this one? What exactly is this shot of Apollo in the ruins of the courtroom supposed to be? It couldn't have been before Juniper's trial because he's been severely injured by the bomb blast, meaning he'd have to get all those bandages wrapped around his body. In fact, the only time I could think of when he was in those ruins was to look for evidence that helps the defense's case, and of course, it's around that time he gets attacked by the true culprit, which is only found out after proceedings ended that day.
Now all I have to do is pin everything on that little girl.
Why? Wouldn't it make more sense to pin it on another authority figure? Anyone else miss the old typewriter sound effect, as well as the speed at which the date, time, and location were being typed out? Why did they decide to slow it down? Oh, ew, dude, don't smile like that.
This is Juniper Woods. She's my dear, dear childhood friend. And she's also our client for this case.
Gosh dang it, this is essentially the first Turnabout again. You defend your childhood friend on a criminal charge for the tutorial.
Blood is seeping through his bandages. One of his wounds must have reopened.
But when we see him cross his arms again, his bandages look clean. Not even starting the trial right on an hour, huh? Not even on a 15-minute interval? Did Payne grow his hair back or something?
Due to the explosion in the courthouse yesterday, Mr. Justice is unable to continue.
I see. Not at all surprised he used that as an excuse to run away.
Does he really believe that, or is he just bragging? He's just bragging, isn't he? But since when was Payne that much of a braggart?
If that's the case, then there's a clear contradiction to what you just stated.
A contradiction?
You just stated that you said nothing. However, if that device of yours says what you're thinking...
Then there's no contradiction. She stated she said nothing, and that's correct. She only thought what Widget voiced.
No fresh out of law school rookie can defend this witness.
Don't she be defended?
I knew it. He really is an arrogant jerk.
Arrogant jerk.
Miss Sykes, if you continue to insult the prosecution, I will remove you from this court.
Is there an off switch on Widget? Because this would be a good time to switch it. You don't need it on except for the mood matrix.
But first, a question for the defendant. Have you ever been brought up on false charges?
What? Why, yes, I have.
And did that experience cause you to harbor a grudge against the court system?
Remember back when not every defendant needed to have a motive established for the crime they were charged with? Out of all defendants in the series, why did Capcom feel the need to give one to Juniper, not to mention a crappy motive? Also, I'm pretty sure the prosecution can't just claim that as a motive without proof of said grudge being borne against the courts, or even mental instability within the defendant herself. Why can't I examine my attorney's badge?
It's a tale, Your Honor. A tale of a poor victim of the explosion.
This is incredible! Are you saying it's Detective Arm's tale?
Your Honor is so very close, but no.
What about that guess was so very close?
His motto is phony evidence is just trunked up.
That's so wrong on so many levels.
I fail to see the problem with Phony Fanty's motto. I think it sounds cute.
The phony Fanty's tail is made of vinyl cloth, and we found something very interesting on its surface, the defendant's fingerprints.
That's your basis for accusing Juniper? How do you know it even belonged to the stuffed animal that hit the bomb? Couldn't it just as easily have belonged to some other Phony Fanty? What part of the fingerprint's decisive?
If you can't produce an answer, we could always go straight to a ruling if you prefer.
Is that even allowed? I haven't done a single cross-examination.
Objection!
Well, it was fun playing as Athena for 20 minutes. I only got to answer one question and no cross-examinations whatsoever. It's been a while, Mr. Payne.
You're more clues than I'd heard. I do believe you mean, how do you do? For I am Gaspin Payne. I am the younger brother of your long-standing rival Winston Payne.
Oh, so that's why his behavior was so different. Because he's not wincing in pain, he's gasping in pain. Now I get it.
Very well. Please call your witness, Mr. Payne.
Nice to see you, bomber from the intro.
Name, Ted Tunnett. Occupation, bomb disposal specialist.
A wacky witness already, and one who communicates through text-to-speech? We just started the game.
Can't you speak in a normal manner?
I can.
He can!
But I do not like to speak. Speaking is inefficient. Energy expenditure. Speaking greater than typing. Understand?
Okay, but speed expenditure, speaking is greater than typing.
This is an exact replica of the HH-3000. It is used to practice disarming bombs. Disarm equals success. Explosion equals failure.
Except that bomb doesn't really explode, right?
Your bomb does appear to be a very good copy indeed.
Yes, however I could not replicate the detonation mechanism. It has a very puzzling wiring setup. It is regrettable I could not replicate it.
Red flag right there. Witness is troubled at being unable to replicate the detonation mechanism of the bomb that destroyed the courtroom.
If you can't find any contradictions, and you flub up too often, don't be afraid to ask me for help. Press X when the option to consult with me appears. I'll let you know where I think the suspicious statement is.
The consult option is a gimmick that would only be used in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, not even in Great Ace Attorney. Mr. Tony, how can you claim to know the bomb was about to go off when you couldn't even see the timer? So, getting caught in a lie means your hand bashes over the keyboard, producing random characters in your speech. Got it. According to the prosecution and his witness, Juniper was observed to have had the goal of stealing the remote switch for the bomb. Since the remote switch is still missing, even as this trial is underway, the prosecution at this point in time has no grounds on which to claim the defendant is any more suspicious than his witness.
But what I do have is a piece of evidence that proves the defendant handled the bomb.
Ah! That's tail! The tale that proves nothing!
It appears we will have to hear from the defendant herself once more.
You know what would make more sense? Tone said he brought the bomb to the lobby for Apollo to see before the trial. In that case, all we'd have to do is call Apollo to the stand and ask him to verify Tone's claims. But that's right, he was the original defense. In other words, his testimony would be inadmissible.
You re-armed the bomb because you wanted to blow up the courthouse. Admit it. That's why you went to the lobby where Mr. Justice was. Isn't that right?
Mr. Wright, can I go give that prosecutor a smack?
Well, what? Of course not! Do we have to review Courtroom Manners 101 again? Physical violence is not permitted. If you have a problem with the prosecution's questions, you simply raise an objection. In this instance, do so for badgering the witness, maybe even leading the witness. Either way, he's doing something wrong. And honestly, I don't think the judge should even be allowing this in the first place, despite the lack of an objection.
Mr. Payne, I ask that you behave more like a gentleman.
Ah, but you don't know, Your Honor. There's no more a gentleman in this world than I.
Are you trying to be sneaky and defying his honor's orders? Because it's not working. If you were so gentle, gosh dang it, I keep forgetting I'm not dealing with the same pain here.
I'm more than just a gentleman. I'm a genteel man.
That's E-list.
The emotions and images that I picked up on just now while listening to her testimony. I can enter all of that into a widget and use the mood matrix to analyze them.
What's funny is that Phoenix has already seen Athena use the mood matrix once before, but this is the tutorial for the game, so...
Apollo is just like the sun, strong and bright and warm.
Get it? Because his name's the same as the Greek and Roman god of the sun? About time we saw a reference like that. Before the Cosmic Turnabout, you'd figure the eye patch was just another injury he sustained due to the bomb blast, but nope, he already had that eye patch during the trial before the bomb went off, and Athena knows this, having been his co-counsel. Oh crap, spoiler.
I brought my stuffed animal Bumrap Briny to watch the trial with me. Bumrap Briny and Phony Fanty are brothers.
Who knew that the legal world could inspire a whole line of merchandise? I mean, the police already sponsored a theme park.
As long as the possibility exists that the tail belongs to Bumrap Riney, we can no longer consider it to be decisive proof that the defendant handled the bomb.
Was it ever decisive proof to begin with? Game expects me to believe it was 2 hours and 10 minutes since the start of the proceedings when they finally ended for the day. And that must have been a long hike to the site of the bomb blast from the defendant lobby if it took 15 minutes to get there.
You really should read the story for yourself. I couldn't even begin to do it justice.
Justice?
Nice wording there, Athena.
People who've studied analytical psychology are great at times like these. After all, they've learned how to control their own emotions too.
Evidently, Widget thinks he's still got a ways to go.
He can't recall anything from the time right before he was assaulted. Nothing about what he was doing in courtroom number 4 or who assaulted him. The doctor said it's probably due to that hit he took to the head.
Assaulted in a court of law and losing your memory at that. I know how that feels. Some of us wish we lost that particular memory. Okay, that's a start. Still not on the hour, but at least on a 10-minute interval this time.
Were you able to locate the remote switch in question?
I'm afraid the remote switch is still missing, Your Honor.
I must say I'm disappointed, Mr. Payne. Not angry, just disappointed.
Because you still intend to accuse Juniper Woods of the crime despite not having one of the most important pieces of evidence.
At the time of the attack, Mr. Justice was not alone. He was with the defendant, Miss Juniper Woods.
He isn't going where I think he's going with this. Is he?
The prosecution wishes to indict Miss Woods on the charge of Mr. Justice's assault.
Well, not as baseless as the claim that she bombed the courtroom, but when Juniper was being summoned to testify, surely the officer summoning her would have seen Apollo still on his feet while escorting Juniper to the courtroom, or is Payne just ignoring that because he's that evil?
And so, I surmise a defendant picked up a piece of rubble and hit Mr. Justice on the back of the head in order to silence him.
Then I assume you've dusted the weapon for prints?
Miss Woods is hereby officially indicted on the charge of assaulting Mr. Justice.
What? Why are you listening to Mr. Toupee over there? This is the same judge that believed a cardboard badge to have been genuine gold. Shouldn't you be used to this stupidity by now?
We found the proof of a foul deed in the courtroom ruins.
Gosh dang it! How many times must we go through this? A name written at the crime scene is not conclusive evidence of the attacker!
Mr. Wright! The nerve of him leaving that message! Why would he do this?
Not you too, Athena!
Now then, please begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Finally, we get to it. What, 2.5 minutes after the testimony?
The way she makes him sound, you'd think Apollo was some kind of ancient god.
Because he is. Was. Whatever.
A real man doesn't make mountains out of molehills, you know.
But that's precisely what Mr. Wright does best.
I call slander, Your Honor! No, think of it as a compliment.
Inconceivable!
I know this is the first time you've said that word this whole episode, but I don't think it means what you think it means.
Why should we believe the defendant's claim was that the case was in a different position?
For one thing, it was the middle of the trial when the bomb went off. Why would that case be in front of the witness stand now? No.
But why would Candace Arm write the defendant's name? There's no connection between the two whatsoever.
Thanks for the flashback. Not that I needed it.
The bomb transport case? I've had it up to here with your shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Before you go on dismissing them as shenanigans, at least listen to the argument first.
Well, would you look at that? Leois?
Look at the transport case again.
Well, I could change anything into anything else simply by erasing 2 lines. What if we erase 2 lines from your name? Would you be happy as Mr. Rye?
Well, would you, Mr. Rye?
What are you, 3? Why are you going along with Payne's jokes? The culprit that the victim was trying to identify is none other than the one person who talked about having an ID number, and we just heard talk of such thing in a flashback not long ago. Mr. Tony was able to cover the message up because he's... One of the options is goggle discrimination, and the other is stickler discrimination. Either way is discrimination. Why are we getting a flashback for this?
I see.
Is it read as IC times 2 or IC?
Anyway, there's no way Detective Arm could have written it.
Wait for the test results to come back, then make the claim.
It's true that the body was discovered near the entrance to the courtroom. Please have a look at this crime scene photo.
And this is the first we see of this because... Is he typing dots in his nervous sweat? Come back, my beautiful contradiction! Wilson!
All I did was transport the bomb to THU3 courtroom. I already told you. Portugal WDLX.
Blast this thing.
Jeez, finally.
Oh, yes, that's right. I didn't have any sort of thing that could be used as a murder weapon on me.
You're sure acting like you had no weapon.
Did you find any of the victim's blood on the bomb? That would be decisive proof, but too bad. The bomb is blown to bits. It's long gone. Boom. Game over. Yeah.
Capcom had no shame shoehorning that Sega reference into the dialogue, did they? No shame at all, huh? Time to present the photo that shows exactly what Mr. Tony had to hide! Thanks for saying photo just to narrow down my options. If it's false, you should have no objections to showing us your transport case. So, let's open it up and take a look inside, shall we?
Hold it. Let's not. Not if you value your life.
This bluff is basically a confession.
Even with no remote switch, this bomb can still be triggered manually. If I think I'm being followed, I was detonated on the spot.
So you'd be willing to commit suicide to avoid incarceration. Got it.
And when the idiot police arrested that little girl, I thought for sure I could pin it all on her.
With what, idiot? The tail that had her fingerprints? The bloody message that was originally underneath the transport case? And let me add yet another sin for the authority figures being stupid enough to think either was decisive evidence to begin with. The tail could have belonged to any other phony Fanny or even bum rap Riney, and why would the transport case be in front of the witness stand if the courtroom exploded in the middle of a trial? Do your jobs and work that out, please! I know that in the 3DS version of this game, the camera would zoom in on the defendant after the not guilty verdict is read, but in the Switch version, that doesn't happen. The funny thing is, they do it in Spirit of Justice, but not in Dual Destinies. Why? I'm not going to deny it, some of the analyses would take a bit to process, like the blood test on the message left at the crime scene, but 2 hours and 41 minutes seems like too much. When would Athena have been out in the ruins before her own trial?
Take it down! Take it! Take the f***ing elephant!
Long, long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away.
Narration. Also, we didn't see crap in that battle. All we saw was two demons charging each other and Tenmataro falling from the sky.
Night-night, Alderman. Sweet dreams!
Okay, that is pretty gruesome, not gonna lie. Maybe that image also prompted the initial M rating on the 3DS. Also, I don't usually comment on the killer being shown in the opening because the idea of Ace Attorney was more about solving how to prove the defendant's innocence and nail the real killer than finding out who the real killer is. That was well established from the very first game in the series, but sometimes episodes really shouldn't show the killer in the act. This is one of them.
At long last, the revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
Weird how he'd say that considering he knows what Tenmataro really is. Prior to the courthouse I knew it! Episodes following the tutorial are prequels! It's Ace Attorney Investigations 1 all over again! This is my 7th sin. We haven't heard any custom-made voice lines yet, but gosh dang! Trucy doesn't look as good in 3D.
My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still got a lot to learn.
Yeah, all because you have kind of a crappy boss. Then again, this is before he became an attorney again.
She sometimes makes me help with her magic tricks.
And what's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well!
I was under the impression that I was a lawyer.
Maybe Phoenix should consider hiring more people. Then they could be Trucy's assistants and Apollo can focus on his job more.
Daddy said, with those horns of yours, you'd make great addition to their festival. I mean, you look like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly?
Ever wonder why Apollo goes through this edgy arc near the end of the game? The way he's treated, it's honestly no wonder. You're telling me I can't just examine the areas whenever I want anymore? Where's all the funny dialogue now?
2 horns. A love of red. Are you a demon?
No! I'm Apollo Justice! Nice to meet you!
That may be your outdoor voice, but you're just introducing yourself. I get that Apollo's signature characteristic is his loud voice, but surely he knows how to control his volume in civil conversation.
Looks like I have to present some proof. Proof that I'm 100% human!
And an attorney's badge apparently does just that.
Does it protect you from Enmadayo's judgment?
Who's Enmadayo?
I read somewhere that he's a demon lawyer who judges the dead for their sins. Uh-oh. I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly.
And why are we giving her ideas? On the roof! It's the Dark Knight!
His name was Rex Cuby. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox. He was really kind and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler, and I even heard he knew the Amazing Nine Tails.
In fact, the Amazing Nine Tails was the last person he talked to before he died. Crap, that made him sound suspicious, didn't it?
Between the warning charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer.
Unfortunately, the audience knows different because of what the designers made the conscious decision to show us at the beginning. This could have been a fun Scooby-Doo-esque mystery to solve, like how did the very human culprit pull off the act? But nope.
Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record.
Well, that's another feature only Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice use. The Great Ace Attorney games don't do this, unfortunately. Was the hospital really unable to wrap proper bandages around Tenma's head? Did it have to be all warning charms?
This should never have happened!
Go on.
I feared the ill effects it would have on our youth. Now I've but one choice. I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth.
I feel like that would just bring more ill effects on our youth.
This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know.
Looks like I just found Miss Athena Sykes.
Why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to ever defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school?
I'm not saying this to defend that tone Athena's taking with the officer, but she already showed you her badge. Just want to check on the ID. Hey, feeling like an idiot isn't too bad. You should try it sometime. Never mind the physical assault on an authority figure there. Athena, an 18-year-old girl, effortlessly threw a grown policeman over her shoulder.
What the?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What the?
That just makes the episode worthwhile.
I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Write Anything Agency.
The Write Anything Agency? What a fishy-sounding name.
That sounds just like the place I got hired for.
So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology?
That's right! I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system.
Maybe you could use it during our investigations. Hey, Apollo's about to start doing that soon, so why don't you start as well?
That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first one to get the scoop? Rapido!
Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish?
Because of her studies in Europe, maybe?
Mein Gott! You don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you?
No, of course not. No, German? Why not play with English?
Because that would be nowhere near as fun.
Come here, you little horn demon, you!
Ouch!
Filch's movement suggests a kick in the shin, but that sounds like a stretch just for the act of snatching Apollo's bracelet.
Apollo, your bracelet's gone!
Huh? Ah!
Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later.
Somehow, I don't think that'll be necessary. Just check your wrist right now.
Ah, the cat's out of the bag!
It was barely in the bag in the first place.
Says the lawyer who didn't notice his bracelet was missing until his new partner pointed it out to him.
Well, I got my bracelet back, and he seems sorry enough.
Even if he is giving a smirk every now and then.
The fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs.
Whatever happened to selecting move before going someplace else? Why does that sort of thing only happen sometimes now? Wait, this isn't Emma Sky. Not even Dick Gumshoe.
I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though.
I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day.
That's 3 times already. By this point, I'd have lost my mind. Some people keep saying that mark is an indication of the stab wound he took 7 years ago, but why not just say it's an artistic effect? Because that's all it is. It's not an indication of the injury he sustained. I mean, look at when he's adjusting his glasses. It's the same hand. The mark isn't there.
Look, there's just us and you here, right?
That sounds like bribery. I mean, sure, you and your boss have conducted unsanctioned investigations before, but dude, be more subtle.
So we move the cursor with the left analog stick.
And change our perspective with
Right, left, right, right.
Again, just put the corresponding analog stick. No need for these directions.
If there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap.
Or just press the A button if you're not using touch controls. Just saying. Okay, so only at select parts of the game am I allowed to examine anything. I wonder what led to that decision.
I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth.
And you waited till now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust.
That was surprisingly easy.
I know, right? It's like unless you're a female like Emma, applying for a job as detective is just asking to have your brain shrunk. Not like he stays out of the room for long anyway. After the chair is upright, yeah, that cloth should have fallen right off given how it's placed on that arm.
They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird.
Then it must be one big bird. And not of the friendly yellow type either.
Certainly not, considering there's black feathers here.
Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either.
I don't think you could blow it up anyway. It's a crime scene.
Eek! Careful, Apollo, it's got blood on it!
Athena reacts to the statue having blood on it, but there's way more blood where the alderman was stabbed, and she doesn't bat an eye.
So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect?
That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. And he's really scary looking too.
That's discrimination against name and face. Namest and facest?
The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial?
That's the one. He's how shall I put it? Not what you'd expect. That is, unless you faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before.
I know Edgeworth pulled some strings to get Blackwell to still prosecute, but how does that work exactly? That's what I want to know.
I hadn't even noticed. Why am I barefoot?
You honestly hadn't noticed until just now?
How do the detectives get dumber each time?
So, what makes you believe the amazing Ninetales has been murdered?
You really want to know, eh? You're a studious one, ain't ya?
Yes. Just tell me, please.
So you do want to know why Filch thought the Amazing Ninetales was murdered. Don't make things so complicated, man.
Jinxie! Hey, it's me!
This crap again.
That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular.
Wait, you mean expose? As in strip them naked?
Think like a demon!
You know, because it wouldn't be an Ace Attorney game without some risque humor like that.
This is the only known document depicting Tenma. After all, those who needlessly depict a demon are forever cursed.
Depictions of religious figures being forbidden in certain regions or whatever else is definitely nothing new. With that being the case, how does Jinxie have her hands on such scroll? Boy, they sure love their yokai Ninetales veil, don't they? Almost every listing in this guide seems to be something yokai related, except up the top right corner, which I can't read, but it looks like it might be some show based on the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Also, who even keeps a listing guide on paper these days? Isn't that crap usually available to view on the TV screen itself?
It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that.
There's an extra space between even and I.
Put it!
Bonjour, Montreur de la Cinématique d'Ouverture.
Beau divine? More like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters.
Huh? Excuse you!
What the heck was that for?
Presumably for thinking he is anything but beautiful. This idiot, as I've just learned, is a psychic, apparently.
In other words, you'd like to hear my alibi? To think you'd suspect me, of all people.
No, it's just a formality. We asked everyone the same questions.
How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself.
Will you please look at the mirror every now and then and stop jumping to these conclusions of yours, please? Okay, I'll stop.
I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma. Taro?
Friendly gesture based on what you've learned. Not. We interrupt Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies to bring you Psych.
And when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye.
I know you're teaching us how the mechanic works, but shouldn't you leave us to find the twitch before telling us what's next?
I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing Ninetales himself!
No way!
The ultimate was impossible!
Wait, come to think of it, Alderman Kyubi was a former pro wrestler.
Yep, former. Meaning with the appearance of the Amazing Ninetales, it would have meant Rex QB had come out of retirement. Right?
An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time.
This old friend of Apollo's? Yeah, the first time we as the audience meet him, he turns up dead. Wasted opportunity right there. Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is.
Yikes! Better tone down my cords of steel, too.
I'm honestly a lot more concerned about how casually Phoenix talks about someone getting decapitated. Keep a close eye on the courtroom number there. Make sure you don't forget it throughout the rest of this game. Also, has it suddenly become standard now that trials don't start at 10 on the dot?
But, we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand.
Well then, your baldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors?
Who? Me?
There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things, and then they decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool.
I'm pretty sure that's not...
He's playing Simon Says with the judge.
And before playing this game, I just got done with a game of Simon Says with someone also named Simon. By fans.
Objection!
New objection soundbite for Apollo and Dual Destinies, which makes sense. After all, they also gave a new voice to Phoenix. Now, in the 2024 remaster, Ben Judd's voice clips due to sexual allegations against the man were replaced with Sam Riegel's clips. That's reasonable enough, but why not also replace Apollo's old voice clips with the new ones in Apollo Justice? It's only fair.
I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched.
Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you, with the edge of my blade.
So we have a prosecutor with a whip, a prosecutor that throws coffee, and now... I guess the blade-throwing prosecutor will have to wait. I mean, what did he expect was going to happen? He's still handcuffed.
I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest.
Yeah, just 3 months later. About that vow?
Your baldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro.
Even if that were true, which I doubt it is considering that we don't see them on his head when we first came across the scene, those charms turn out to do a real crappy job, because even if he's only pretending to be possessed, I've said enough already.
Careful, Apollo! He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand! The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal.
This guy's supposed to preach against false charges and fabricating evidence. Psychological manipulation doesn't sound much better. Just saying.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Cross-examination? Wait, Fulbright already testified! Man, with all that dialogue taking about 4.5 minutes to read, I almost forgot that someone gave testimony already. Remember how quick the segue between testimony and questioning used to be?
Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is all about the detective statue theory.
Why the multiple choice question? Only one of these even relates to what's written in the court record. What's the point?
There is a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime.
So he knows we've been investigating the scene. Wow.
A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly owned his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore.
Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me!
Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time.
Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef?
He didn't say that.
Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's just, this kid's still, well, a kid.
Ouch, you meanie! I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright.
That actually sounds like the most reasonable thing to do. Maybe he can set you straight on how to properly word her rookiness.
The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman.
And we, the audience, know that to be true, which kinda sours the story a little bit. Dang it, this could have been like Scooby-Doo!
Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenmataro, that is.
Tenma who?
Tenmataro. The legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber.
The very demon we've talked about a few times in this courtroom.
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright!
The argument is that Mayor Tenma not only killed the alderman, he had also previously dressed as Tenmataro. The evidence speaks for itself, and yet Fulbright's lines following this don't amount to an explanation for how.
Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination.
Well, that was almost 3 minutes of nothing.
At present, the alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life.
Clear evidence? All I see is a blackmail letter. There's no addressee or signature. Just it being in the alderman's pocket.
Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetails.
I know Fulbright is supposed to be stupid, but I'm pretty sure even he shouldn't think the footprints and blood should exist before the murder. How do you make bloody footprints if there's no blood in which to make said bloody footprints?
And if you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene.
Remember when Ace Attorney didn't require you to point out every little detail about your argument to make it work? I know it's up to the attorney to explain his arguments, but just by seeing the photo, I feel like you should have the proof you need that the feathers and tracks were left at the crime scene only after the alderman had already been murdered.
There must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene!
Ah! There must be some mistake!
Order!
Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you?
Evidence? I just gave it to you. A type of evidence called logic.
Apollo! The momentum has shifted in our favor.
Good. Now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Gosh dang it, Blackwell! I was enjoying the awesome pursuit music, which actually, why did it even start playing?
Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of nervous habit...
What in the...
Oh, come on! Who let a hawk in the courtroom? And just when I was about to use the freaking bracelet, too! Also, that face does not work in 3D.
Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact.
He doesn't live with you? You know, in jail?
What, did they abolish the whole animal thing after the last prison warden got arrested for murder?
Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud, and that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard.
This isn't some sort of trick or...
What exactly do Taka and Blackwell see in Apollo's bracelet that would be considered cheating? What about Athena's mood matrix? Is that any less cheating than using a bracelet? Like, I know Blackwell wanted to encourage Athena's use in psychology, but still.
Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
2 minutes this time. Getting better, and as a matter of fact, everything in that segue seemed important enough. No sins here because everything was relevant this time.
He claims to have been watching TV in the foyer at the same time, but that's nothing but a bald-faced lie!
Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice.
I also didn't say you were the one watching TV and the foyer at the same time. Of course I meant the freaking witness!
Granted, Miss Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered.
What are you talking about?
This.
I'm not a mind reader.
Auditory sense.
Oh, well, you can't blame Apollo for not catching that.
The witness will henceforth testify truthfully on the penalty of painful bird attacks.
Dang it, now I wish I brought up sooner how ridiculous it is he's even allowing Taka to remain in the courtroom. Now he's encouraging animal attacks.
Mr. Filch says Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information?
We just talked about how this compares to Jinxie's account, so of course it's vital information. This game sure likes pressing buttons.
Bloody. You duplicitous little...
Who'da thunk? This samurai is actually British.
Objection! Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
What's not common sense about my explanation? You're telling me he has the strength to bust out of those handcuffs at any time? This is why he should be prosecuting as a prisoner. Okay, now we see the blade that Blackwell was talking about. How's the legal system getting more and more tolerant of this stuff?
Then get going already before he kills us!
Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackquill, for it is his sense of justice that set him free.
Is it his sense of justice that compels him to cut our frickin' heads off? Do something about it anyway, you colossal imbecile!
So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... Ah!
3 minutes.
I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess?
Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo.
The loo? You mean the bathroom?
Shit! At least include enough time to wash our hands!
Blackwell's even controlling the recess time? What? In that case, why even have a recess in this chapter? Especially since you're not moving on to the next chapter after the recess has been declared. Remember when these chapters were shorter? Game wants me to believe this is the reflection that would be cast from this angle, to which I say, shove it! Kiss off! You smell! Who is she slapping the charm to from all the way over there?
Bags.
Bags? Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Try the noodle stand, and go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it.
I'm sure you love your jokes, but what about the bags under your eyes? You know, the ones that same Tanuki referred to earlier?
The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Perfect thing to tell a paranoid child with only her father left, not to mention she believes demons exist. Not. But more striking is the fact that it doesn't seem to phase her.
So she was, and still is, seeing ordinary objects as yokai.
I feel like that was clear from the moment we met her.
Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one.
If I studied analytical psychology, I might be able to figure out how she could tell that it's Kasha of all yokai she was scared of.
Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster?
What do you mean white? That wall looks more yellow to me.
And this raccoon dog isn't a Tanuki monster. It's just the statue of one.
Raccoon, as I've come to learn, is actually spelled with 2 C's.
I don't know what I was thinking.
That plate just cracked. Then it's fine again next we see her.
But it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement.
Oh, now you tell me, after I scroll through all the statements in the mood matrix. I may have used it once, but it's still a new mechanic.
A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable.
No!
No.
Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to?
Prosecutor Blackwell's mind games, perhaps?
The prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly.
Stop encouraging prosecutors to murder the defense attorney, especially not during a murder trial, you lunatic. I hope for your sake you never get framed for murder, because if that happens, don't expect me to represent you.
Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction.
That reminds me of this one time last spring when I had a package delivered, but well, I lived where we have a community mailbox. Those things require a key to open to get our mail, and when my package arrived, for days we were unable to find the key to our mailbox. We only found out later after I got in contact with the post office and the carrier arrived to deliver the mail and packages that the key had actually been locked inside the mailbox. Because, you know, it was one of those locks that only stays unlocked as long as the key is there. All that just to say, the Fox chamber would obviously be nothing like that community mailbox in regards to how the lock works.
How could the master key be at the crime scene, despite the room being locked tight?
What if someone threw it into a room from outside? You know, something like go into the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window?
I just picked the option that made the most sense given how ridiculous they all sounded, and this is what I wound up with?
Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Premature celebration.
There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera.
I hope you realize you're just setting up the next piece of evidence I had to present, right?
That image is not but trick photography, or some other form of artifice.
Okay, then how about the Tenma Taro figure, Mr. Filchshaw? It just vanished into thin air?
No, there is a rational, common-sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai our Trixie Tanuki witnessed never reached the entrance. He, or should I say, she, turned back before the camera's electric eye.
Okay, but what about the special edition photo, genius?
Hold on! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever!
You tell him, Judge. Leave that to the culprits.
Foolish mortals! I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek.
Just when I thought we saw enough ridiculousness already.
He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai!
I wonder if Von Karma would have done anything of the sort.
A guilty verdict is all but...
What's wrong with him?
Prosecutor Blackquill, we've had enough of your hijinks!
Where was that shock when he first started threatening us, you idiot?
Hey! Before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. 3, 2, 1, ta-da!
How do you know we won't need those anymore? Well, obviously we won't, but don't bother answering by saying magic.
Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up.
Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting!
They're overcomplicating things a little bit. The supposition is that the killer went through the air vent starting out in the hallway. No need to climb up to the vent in the ceiling to test the theory. Also, no, it's not a step ladder, it's a ladder! Rawr!
I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low! I mean, to pin the blame on a yokai? He really wants that conviction at all costs!
The way she's describing Blackwell, you'd think perhaps he was a disciple of Von Karma.
That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackquill believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer.
And Tenma's son yokai outburst stops the conviction from going through... how exactly?
Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the amazing Ninetales?
What do you mean, did he figure it out? Isn't that a big part of his argument regarding the defendant's motive for murder?
Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales?
What's the point of this flashback?
I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before.
Nah, I'd say more like featherier.
Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something.
Kasha!
Does he have to keep pretending to be Tenma Taro? The only reason he even started was to protect his daughter. Now he's just talking to his lawyers.
Jinxie, are you alright?
Every time!
Morning, Jinxie.
Morning? Isn't it already past noon?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is actually. I wonder if LaBelle, with his hair color product, ever decides on certain days, maybe I should dye my hair yellow today. Then on Tuesday, I can make my hair blue. On Wednesday, I'll dye my hair green. Oh, the many choices I have.
Oh yeah, before we switch to the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter.
No, I'm pretty sure that's unnecessary unless we're facing him in the courtroom, which we'll have to do anyway.
Where do you buy clothes like that?
Surprised? This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty.
Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me.
There's cell phones on his suit and they ring like cell phones. I'm pretty sure these things work. I'm only with you on the beauty part.
After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally, you...
I think that spray of cologne just said it all about why it was a bad idea to show him the blackmail letter now.
Now let me show you what to do with this garbage.
You can't destroy evidence like that!
You're the one who gave him the opportunity, you moron!
Once, she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night.
That's not what the anime cutscene shows. It just shows her in her normal maid outfit, then transforming into Tenmataro. Which, if that's actually supposed to be reflective of how the villagers see the rumor about Jinxie, I feel like that should raise this question. Why is it that while possessing the mayor, Tenmataro is more ghost-like, as in using the mayor's body as a vessel? Meanwhile, in possessing Jinxie, she just straight up transforms. Ever heard of a demon this selective on something like this?
You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it is my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV? But I don't understand! As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world!
The dude's just looking out for your financial welfare, just to make sure you don't go on welfare. Is it even possible to be this narcissistic?
This is my latest product. I'm calling it Couleur Millebelle, a dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water.
Guess that means you can't sweat.
I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads.
So far, the hair colors we know about are yellow, green, blue, violet, and jet black. Maybe those advertisements show the other two?
Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam.
I seriously doubt you could do that.
How do you know if I haven't even tried?
Just because you can hurl a grown man over your shoulder with ease doesn't mean you can break down a metal door locked with metal.
If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid.
Did Mr. Miyagi teach you to catch arrows like that? You'd think that when examining something up close, you'd be able to use the right stick to change the angle, but nope, you use the left stick the entire time. I know you're emulating from the 3DS version, but why not optimize the controls for Switch?
Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb.
Sure, just let me turn around and examine it all over again.
You can also zoom in and out with X and B to get a better look.
X and B? X and B? What's wrong with using Y to zoom out? Why would you change it to B since in the same collection I'm playing this on, Apollo Justice had you using Y to zoom out? Just because Y is being used to view history? You had no problem before, I repeat, in the same collection! I'm not done ranting though. This only applies to remasters, and I'm simply using the Switch version as the example here, but in Rise from the Ashes and the entirety of Apollo Justice, you use X and Y for zooming in and out, like I said before. In the Investigations collection, you use L and R to zoom in and out, but Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, it's X and B. Changing Y to B notwithstanding, my point is pick a control scheme, Capcom! What is a button layout, dang it!
Well, the Fox Chamber's vent didn't branch this way.
Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Oh, look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back.
Yellow thing? Athena's lacking in imagination, methinks.
Why do you think there are so many here?
Maybe they're spares. Tenmataro might be, absent-minded or something.
Anyone else here first think absent-mindedness when they find spares of something, anything at all, in a room? I don't.
How about obeying the law before you go obeying superstitions?
Huh?
Hey! What are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine!
The way that last line was written, it seemed like she just noticed a stolen widget, but the previous line suggests she already noticed.
Sorry. I promise I won't do it again.
Yes, you will.
I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks.
And would you look at that, this line actually spells raccoon correctly, and it's spoken by the same character too.
Ouch! Hey, watch it!
Oh, we're taking this back now. Kinda like family to me.
You don't even believe in that crap.
She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution's going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Huh?
Gosh dang it, Tenma! Can't you just not pretend to be Tenma Taro while talking to your lawyers about the case? It's not even me making the claim about Jinxie.
Whatever the case, Tenma Taro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn. You must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison.
But how can people actually believe that?
Hey, you'd be surprised at what people believe, such as, for example, the deities of Greek, Roman, and Norse mythology. Mythology has the word myth in the name.
Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenma Taro thing now.
Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle.
You could do that in court, no need to do it now. I don't remember if I ever caught the violet hair previously, it just looked blue due to the shade, but now I know different. Violet! That's Violet, Violet! But also, he had blue hair before, and suddenly he decided, no, I think Violet would suit the day better. Make up your mind, dang it.
So, have you been called to testify tomorrow?
Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you just have to wait until then.
I knew that coming here was pointless!
Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst! Jinxie!
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer.
Geez, finally we start a conversation without a charm.
Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges.
Oh, right. For the municipal merger issue.
No, it's for the Demon Lawyer and the Insomniac Prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning.
We weren't fighting. It was a spirited debate. It's what we lawyers are.
Guess there's no getting out of it, huh?
You were very nervous when you said, "That's all he said," weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as you were going to slap someone with a charm.
Just the fact she was even in that position was enough to make it seem she was ready to use the dang thing for the upteenth time.
It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep.
Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else?
How could you tell? Only a demon could have such power.
Or, like Blackwell once said, common sense. I just noticed something. The border around the text at this screen just doesn't look natural. Look at Dave, for instance. Fill in the empty space in the D, but between the A and the Y, fill that crap up. I don't know, something about it bothers me.
Athena Sykes, Assistant Defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Je suis prêt.
Je suis prêt is the masculine version of the sentence. This context demands it to be prête, which is the feminine version.
By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackquill.
And this time, in the event he does break out of his shackles again, Fulbright better be there to zap the crap out of Blackwell with immediate effect instead of near the end of the proceedings.
It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement.
I have? I don't know if I'd say that.
Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. The one thing you could not possess.
All he had to do was go for the career of prosecutor, not of judge. This psychological manipulation shouldn't have worked, except this is the judge from Ace Attorney we're talking about here.
Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then?
I'll make a special exception. Just this once.
Whatever he means by just this once. Also, any particular reason for Blackwell to dodge the opening statement? Any at all? Come on, Gabe, give me something.
In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim Alderman Rex Cubey was the amazing Ninetales.
Hate to burst your bubble while you're making your glorious opening statement, Your Honor, but that was already part of the basis for the prosecution's argument against the defendant.
It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cubey's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tentma murdered him.
No, the heck it wasn't, though. If it was revealed, we wouldn't be here still deliberating his guilt or innocence in this courtroom.
Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify.
I wish. Instead, it's Shorty again.
Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place.
Yipes! No, please! I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running.
That's kind of the idea.
Well, you're not gonna brush it all off by claiming the perp was short!
Must have hit a wall now, cause you ain't that tall yourself.
Look who's talking, mister. I'd go to stand on a box just to testify.
That's still embarrassing, though. Even Eustace Winter at 17 is taller than 23-year-old Apollo Justice over here. I'm not kidding. According to the Ace Attorney Wiki, Apollo Justice stands at 5'5", meanwhile Eustace Winter stands at 5'8". Also, this is one of the very rare times that Apollo's height is brought into character dialogue. Not like that's a defining characteristic. I mean, come on. It's not like that's ever going to come into play in any of the episodes so far, right?
Fulbright, analyze these footprints. You have 3 minutes.
An obsession with 3 minutes. There is Von Karma blood in this guy after all!
Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... Phineas Filch.
Objection!
Wait, what? What?
No need to raise an objection just to be shocked.
You, fool of a tanuki!
Throw yourself in next time, and rid us of your stupidity!
What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah! No way!
The game spoiled the answer for me!
This evidence proves you got rid of your Tenma costume through the window!
After showing me the newspaper clipping before I pointed at the window, which was also shown to me beforehand, seriously, why did they do that? Why did they just straight up show you the next 2 answers to this puzzle? Not only would I have already figured it out without the hints, leave them out of the game! I didn't need them at all!
Whose alibi no longer adds up?
Just the guy who we saw kill someone at the beginning of the episode, and who we were just talking about not long ago at all. I'd be a bit more inclined to believe it's 10:25 at this point, if the trial started at 10 o'clock instead of 9:30. I've seen my fair share of cheating on the time in the past, but the recess was only supposed to be 20 minutes, yet it's actually 35. All those other instances were cheating. This is cheating. I already thought LaBelle looked like the Joker before, but it's only now that the resemblance is all too clear. Also, shouldn't he be off those calls since he's in court right now? You know, those phones ought to be on silent.
The truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter.
Obviously, he would say, "It was me, I admit to killing the alderman," but that has to be the worst excuse for perjury ever. You might as well just say you're the murderer.
Begone ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield hath no place for ye.
Again?
Oh my.
Spare me, please!
So much for sturdier shackles.
Apollo Justice would be amazing at CinemaSins.
The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right! The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there!
That was all he had to say he witnessed. No need to bring up Tenma Taro or whatever the heck. Matches up with what Jinxie said. This is a far better alibi than what he originally said.
In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end.
I was gonna comment about LaBelle lying about having called the police being something easy to verify, but he's so sneaky. Semantics dictate he never said anything about making a call.
The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness.
I know what the judge means by this, but we're talking about someone having witnessed a murder, not some kind of sexual activity.
When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox Chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else.
Oh.
Dang it!
The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not possibly have been in that locked room.
I don't know, Jinxie didn't need the master key just to open the door to the Fox Chamber. In fact, it was in the Fox Chamber where she took the master key from. What if, and this is all hypothetical, LaBelle used the master key to get in, then he killed the alderman, and before Jinxie unlocked the door, LaBelle hid behind the folding screen, and that's why he wasn't seen. I mean, we already heard LaBelle talk about hiding behind the folding screen to overhear the mayor's supposed confession. Barring the mayor's confession, what makes the possibility of LaBelle hiding behind the folding screen to avoid being seen by Jinxie any less plausible?
Objection! Silence!
Rude.
Hold it!
Your daughter is not being accused anymore! Why does this guy need to keep pretending to be Tenmataro?
Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him.
It's no good. I can't restrain him.
Have you even tried? Get the taser or something!
I call animal abuse, Your Honor!
If it was you attacking the hawk, that would be animal abuse. Also, was that really necessary?
Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart.
Like father, like daughter, I guess. If the mood matrix is a way to push this trial forward, may as well get it over with.
You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see.
Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process.
Yeah, just without the pressing.
Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders.
And me sucking at lawyering means I don't?
Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of?
I think I'll pass.
So the tossing of the blade finally knocked Apollo off his feet?
Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it.
This was all something I could figure out on my own, but this flashback just straight up tells you the answer you're looking for. Okay, and now you're just making it even more easy.
Jinxie, no doubt, knew the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the Amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Fort LaBelle in disguise!
Silence! The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Voice? Maybe. Build? I don't know about that. Looking at the official images, I don't see a whole lot of difference in build. Sure, Mayor Tenma is undoubtedly larger than LaBelle, but I don't think the difference would be immediately noticeable to Jinxie. Also, different voice and build didn't stop some strong, angry dude with mob connections from passing as Phoenix Wright himself. Gosh dang it, LaBelle! Pick a hair color and stick with it!
Mayor Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetales.
Objection!
What do you mean?
Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet?
But that's just...
And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenmataro right here and now.
So basically, you're saying he is the Amazing Ninetales and you're just trying to blackmail him into saying he's not.
Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say?
Exactly! Telling others what Tenmataro looks like would reveal the truth.
By that logic, the only scroll depicting Tenmataro would have already done that. That is, if Tenmataro wasn't a piece of gold.
Could Tenmataro actually be...
The very thing you just remembered Filch talking about, also what LaBelle mentioned it to be. It can't be a human being in that case.
Well, you know what they say. The love of money is the root of all evil.
Which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith, and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. 1 Timothy 6:10. Yep, a Bible reference in an Ace Attorney game.
Please, no!
Please no.
Begone, you demented demon!
He could be talking to Tenmataro, LaBelle, or even both.
Yeesh, Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than LaBelle's scheme.
Tell me about it. The revisualization sequence is cool for aesthetics, and in concept, it's pretty neat. You get to review the facts of the case as you know it, and piece together what you need to present your final argument. That being said, it's got a pretty mixed result in between its episodes. Sometimes it's great to think through everything and nail the coffin of the real killer, but the final argument in this particular episode could just be summed down to, there's white hair in the Amazing Ninetales mask. The victim may have had white hair, but one problem, the victim was not the Amazing Ninetales, thus it makes no sense for him to have worn it. So whose hair is in this mask? Then from there, we could easily narrow it down to LaBelle using the hair color spray as the reason we never see him with white hair. Any other Race Attorney game would have had you present evidence to make those arguments, but this is dual Destinies, baby. We gotta make this stand out from the other Race Attorney games more than just the advent of Athena Sykes and her mood matrix.
What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that!
Silence! It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark.
Hey, let me make my argument, then you can judge.
You peasant! How dare you! My beauty, I'm going to exterminate you. Let it be on! No! My makeup!
No way in heck Capcom expected people to read the rambling that quickly during LaBelle's breakdown right there.
This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackquill, defeated?
Then lamenting his defeat. This guy is a full-on Von Karma.
LaBelle hid his past well, much like he did his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such ferocity.
But he's the one that thought it was a good idea to advertise his products but not sell them to the public. This is all his own fault. I'd be much more attached to his motive if it was because he was trying to sell his brand to the public but no one ever bought it. Because other than poor business decisions and not knowing the gold was already stolen, this plan was actually pretty clever, if convoluted.
I believe it's time I declare the verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty!
I would have asked this with Turnabout Countdown, but with this episode taking place at the beginning of this game's timeline, I figured this would be a much more appropriate time to ask. Whatever happened to the jurist system? It was only for one trial, and by the sound of it, that one trial was pretty much a resounding success. What happened to get that system abolished again? I only spent like an hour trying to argue LaBelle's involvement in the crime, yet the game says 2 hours and 23 minutes.
Too bad the Amazing Ninetales will have to retire, though.
Aw, how come?
How come? Maybe because his identity was revealed? Was he wearing those wrestling pants under his suit the whole time?
Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man.
Yeah, a man. Never said anything about a woman.
The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy.
I'm interested to hear about that, but I'm also interested in Phoenix's first case upon his return to the courtroom. I heard something about him defending Shamu, thought to have killed the owner of the aquarium she was kept in.
Themis Legal Academy.
Narration.
When news spread that Mr. Wright had gotten his attorney's badge back.
Whoa there, game. Maybe the actual order had us defend Shamu first, rather than saving that for paid DLC, which, by the way, isn't an issue in the 2024 remaster. Phoenix having his badge back wouldn't have felt so quick.
Mr. Wright brought us along, hoping we'd learn something from the experience. But no, I had to go and blow it by getting here 30 minutes late.
Maybe it wouldn't have been an issue if you guys just went together.
This must be the lecture hall. Wow, they spent some serious money on this place.
I'd say they may have been a bit off when it comes to the technology in these rooms, but now that 2027 is inching closer and closer, I'm starting to think maybe it's not that far off. In the original release on 3DS, Mean still held his staff in this scene, even though it was still stuck in his victim at that time. All future releases took out the staff just for this scene, but now it looks awkward because of his hand being constantly curled in a fist and his left arm at a 90-degree angle. People don't usually have their arm in that position when they're just talking to someone and not holding a staff or cane or whatever in that hand. Oh, ew! I bet in a 2D Ace Attorney game they'd have to try to make the smile look bad, because in 3D, it doesn't feel intentional. Right, the pamphlet. Whatever happened to that?
You won't be seeing it again. Trucy used it for the old rip it up and restore it trick. Unfortunately, it didn't work as advertised.
Maybe Trucy needs to not do her magic tricks on important things.
A training seminar? For lawyers? What exactly does that involve?
Why, it involves the very skills that make a lawyer. The arm angle when shouting objection, the proper way to strike the podium.
Wait, those are all part of a lawyer's training in the Ace Attorney universe? I thought that was just for dramatic flair. It's almost like Ace Attorney become a parody of itself. So, if the student studying to be a lawyer wins, they get to take my training seminar. But what if the other student wins? I'm not a prosecutor, so...
There's no cause for alarm. We have a famous prosecutor ready for just such a case.
I'm sure this sort of thing incentivizes putting forth your best ability, whether you're trained to be a defense or prosecuting attorney, but I feel like the training seminar should still go ahead for each lawyer and prosecutor regardless of the outcome of the mock trial. I'll tell you what, Apollo, why don't you take my place? What's that? Phoenix is actually doing something nice for Apollo? Other than the humanity of the decision, is it really that important for Apollo to be the one watching the mock trial instead of Phoenix? Does it make a huge difference?
We should start by studying the body. I wonder what's the best angle for this.
Oh, really? I have to be at the correct angle?
I guess I really do have to examine the body.
Oh, stop it. A coroner has it a lot worse. Yet the victim's body is cold and rigor mortis has already started to dissipate. No, I'm pretty sure the muscles are still stiff. After all, it hadn't been 24 hours since the murder just yet. What do we have here? A book? I'm guessing it fell out of her chest pocket.
Wait, what if it's her diary? That's the most private thing a girl has.
Women. Nice work, Athena. Your face only turned 5 shades of pale. I was expecting 50. Maybe then I could have written a whole novel about it.
She's really changed. She used to be kind of sickly and shy.
Yeah, not sure how much of that changed.
A judge must always seek the truth. That was her mantra, and she used it in trying to fix what was wrong with her school. She was a beacon of hope in this dark age of the law.
What's wrong with your school? What did you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Is Juniper staying silent because she was a snitch for court?
Why do you need a script at a showdown between a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Probably because in order to deliberate a fictional case, you need a fictional case to deliberate. What other reason could there be?
Must have been a big pain in the... I mean, that must have been really difficult.
You see, I almost said a no-no word in a T-rated game that was originally rated M in respect toward recent events. I've read online there were some people that actually figured out Robin's true gender just by looking at the character. I was not one of those people. I just chalked it up to Ace Attorney having had a history of giving the characters interesting designs. I mean, even if Robin Newman really was a male student, that brace could not have been easy to wear.
Hugh, Robin, aren't you going to introduce yourselves to our guests? As student council president, I won't have you treating them rudely.
That hasn't happened so far. They were just complimenting your other talents besides just script writing. Nothing rude about that. Hugh may have said you've got another thing coming, but I could just chalk that up to him having his own way with words.
I heard Mr. Wright was bringing a couple of guests with him. That would be you two, Apollo Justice and Athena Sykes.
Phoenix even gave the courtesies of providing names for the guests he's bringing? Wow, that sort of courtesy is rare these days. Maybe rare's not the right word.
I'm studying to be a prosecutor, like the really cool kind that nails the bad guys. No! Where's your sincerity?
Sincerity is in the future, thanks to foreshadowing. Man, doesn't that outfit look familiar.
I have this friend, he and I go way back, who got me really interested in space.
Wait, you had friends when you were young? Color me surprised.
Oof, sick burn, brah. Sis.
But I bet the defense wasn't doing too badly either, right?
You were watching the mock trial, dude. Why don't you tell me how the defense was doing?
Aha! So you're the lawyers the dispatch said were first on scene.
Well, one of them at least.
Hold it! Hold it!
You just said that. Breaking the 180-degree rule.
I won't have this case left in the hands of rank amateurs.
Then show me your attorney's badge, you snarky little...
But without the script or any props, it's kinda hard to explain.
Perhaps I could help. Hair forehead.
Well, isn't that a familiar face? If only he's just barely useful in this game and only appears in this one episode. Also, he's still calling Apollo Air Forehead, which he started off using as an insult, and now it's just a general nickname. Since Clavier and Apollo actually have respect for each other, even before we completed Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, I really don't think Clavier should be saying Air Forehead anymore. Anyone else annoyed by the finger snap sound effects while Clavier does this animation? Because I am.
Never heard of your band. Then again, I was out of the country till only recently. But, can I get your autograph?
You just met him like 3 seconds ago and you want his autograph?
Girls.
I'm here for the same reason as your boss. To give a lecture and a training seminar.
So he's the famous prosecutor they invited.
How famous is Clavier exactly? Certainly not Miles Edgeworth levels of famous. Then again, no one could really get that close. Also, why didn't Robin's parents just let her be a her? Teenage girls would have loved the idea of this hunk being their prosecuting tutor.
So Constance Court was your professor here at the Academy?
She may have taught the judge course, but she had a huge impact on me.
So not exactly your professor because she taught a different course, but just one that made a big influence on how you think, right? You know, we didn't really go anywhere. No need to show this again.
So remember, each time I catch you slacking off, I'm holding you in contempt of court.
In other words, only one chance to take the whole thing seriously.
Oh me, oh my. I'm innocent. Innocent, I tell you.
That's some seriously bad acting, Fraulein.
No one said she had to read the line quite like that. You're a student put on trial, not a thespian on a Shakespearean stage.
Mr. Newman was surprised by what Prof. Court was wearing. He reacted with, "Oh, the green sweatsuit."
I know it's because of what Robin remembered reading from the script, but if Robin wanted to keep it under wraps, just say nothing.
Let's see here. When I arrived at our meeting place, I found the professor with an arrow in her stomach. But it wasn't me! I didn't kill her!
You don't have to ham it up like that, Athena.
Hey, that's what I'm saying!
A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow? I don't think so. At the time of the murder, a male student was seen holding a bow in the archery club room, which has a clear view of the quad. He shoved the arrow into the victim before my client even got there.
Nein, Herr Forehead, that faint swagger does not suit you in the least.
That didn't really sound much different from how Apollo would present his arguments in court.
Objection!
Whoa, new clavier voice. Wasn't ready for that. Why not just stay behind the podiums until the mock trial was all wrapped up? I don't know, this just doesn't feel right.
Besides, it's about time to get back to my investigation.
Investigation? But you're not in charge of this case.
We must prove her innocence by any means necessary. The end justifies the means.
Every time he repeats that moniker, which trust me is a lot, I'll sin it. And it has to be Aristotle Means in particular that says this.
I didn't want to say anything, but Apollo and I already agreed to take her case.
What do you mean you didn't want to say anything? Isn't that why you came out into this hall to tell Phoenix about it? The dark age of the law. I'm sure you've heard those words before.
Sure, a number of times.
Apollo Justice slagged on its concept of Dark Age of the Law, so Dual Destinies decided, let's shove that crap at the gamer's face. And even then, it just feels like a normal Ace-30 game.
Whoa! You scared the crud out of me!
I scared the crud out of you!
I'm working out so that I can become strong enough to save Juniper.
Working out? What does that mean? You're playing to save Juniper not in court, but with physical violence against authority figures? Engaged in hand-to-hand combat? Good luck.
You want to know about me? I'm a second-rate member of the Fine Arts Club!
The Fine Arts Club? Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of the noise we heard.
There were supposedly 2 statues on this stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Art Club had made them. First off, a separate sin for this unnecessary flashback. Second, is it fine arts or fine art? Pick one. Pick one!
But no! That stupid school rule had to ruin it!
School rule? Which one?
Anyone with a prior conviction, no matter how minor the offense, they won't be allowed to graduate from this stupid holier-than-thou school!
A stupid school rule? Sounds pretty fair to me, mostly.
There's someone or something inside!
Don't let it be a snake!
We interrupt Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies to bring you Metal Gear Solid. The cardboard box just started sweating. Ew.
But you're right, it's me. So tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake.
Wait a second, Miriam. Repeat what you just said.
Just have the bracelet thump right there. No need to have this witness for the prosecution repeat herself just for the bracelet.
This article is full of malicious lies about Junie. It's definitely not something a true friend of hers would write.
You've got it all wrong. Another staff member wrote that one.
You'd think she'd be more careful with what she reveals, and once caught in a lie, she'd be extra careful when it comes to shifting blame.
Heh, whatever. I'm 6'1", and under this uniform, I'm 100% lean muscle. My grades are outstanding, and I'm the ace of the archery club. Needless to say, I never miss my mark. Oh, and I'm incredibly humble, too.
How can he even say that with a straight face?
Athena Sykes would be amazing at CinemaSins.
You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body.
Objection! Is such thing even possible if that loud crash only happened about 30 minutes after the mock trial started? What could have caused that loud crash?
Ugh, my butterflies have butterflies in their stomach.
Idiom cannibalism.
So, what's it like to have your very own case for the first time?
Considering it's my best friend that's being accused of murder, it reminds me so much of the boss's first case. I'm just as nervous as he was back then.
So my fears weren't unfounded. After all, today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal and willing to use any means necessary to win a conviction.
Except for illegal means, which is what you're about. Courtroom number 4 again. You know what I think? It's no coincidence at all that it's always number 4 that's used for the trials in this game.
I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement. Oh!
This case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now, summon the witness.
This time, no opening statement? Not even from the judge? Ah, yes, the all. The only reason it's even put in the court record is as a false lead on the murder weapon. Thanks for the useless autopsy report. And the hawk jump scare.
A recording made by a tape recorder that a school paper reporter hid in the art room. It captured a female voice screaming, "You're a goner!"
To think we'd hear the sound of a murder suspect threatening her victim.
That leaves the defendant Juniper Woods as the only possibility.
No!
No. Also, come on, Athena, you saw this coming.
Smile, Your Honor.
What the dickens? I've just had my picture taken.
Yeah, you did. Now you're gonna have that camera confiscated? Photographic equipment is strictly prohibited in the courtroom.
Might I ask whether you could come out of that box?
How will I get any more scoops if I blow my cover?
You're already at court testifying. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
A former ninja I met in the clink said that exposing those who work in the shadows is to pass the death sentence upon them.
Oh my! I had never thought of it that way. Very well, if it would spare a life, I'll make a special exception this time.
A former ninja in prison? Holy sheetout! How can the judge believe this load of crock?
Clearly, you haven't been in court enough times.
Furthermore, in the art room where the crime supposedly occurred, this witness's script, along with an envelope on which "use" was written, were found. This proves that the accused's script had been rejected the day before the mock trial. She pressed the victim to use her script, an argument ensued, and then the fatal stabbing.
That makes perfect sense.
No, Athena, the heck it does not. It makes no sense whatsoever. First off, the argument that the script was rejected by Professor Cord could be easily disproven by those viewing the mock trial. Second, when Clavier told us how he got Juniper's script, I assumed he snuck it off from the police. The police had the script. They had to have known that the script used in the mock trial was Juniper's script. Third, even if the script was rejected, you can't just claim that as a motive. You need sufficient proof of such mental instability to justify that. But what do I know? This game is set during the ever-so-present, but with a presence hardly felt, dark age of the law. Lastly, and I can't believe I'm asking this again, why did they need to give Juniper a motive? Remember older Race 30 games? Some defendants, like Maya Fey, Will Powers, Lotta Sky, Maggie Bird, Max Galactica, and Sister Iris, they didn't have a motive. They didn't need a motive. They were just put on trial because they were most likely to have done it. Same with Juniper in this case. You didn't need to establish a motive for the charges against her to make sense. One thing I will give this episode credit for, there was a much more plausible cause to believe her guilt here than in Turnabout Countdown.
How dare she? My script had it all. A bump rap and phony evidence, grudges and betrayals.
To be fair, Blackwell was the one who said Scuttlebutt's script was accepted. Scuttlebutt didn't actually say that herself, but trust me, it gets more confusing.
Don't sweat the details. That kind of stress will give you wrinkles. Objection!
I'm not worried. My skin is as fair as silk.
Objection!
Indeed, you are quite fair. Fairly desperate.
Oof, sick burn, brah.
It's only natural that my script would be accepted and hers rejected. I introduced all sorts of brand new concepts, including bribery and fake evidence. It was a cutting-edge script portraying a courtroom battle in the dark age of the law.
I can't help but feel that Prof Court went out of her way to not use it.
But Juniper... she used some devious, underhanded tactics to get her script chosen. That's why her script, and not my masterpiece, was used in a mock trial.
So was your script chosen or not?
A reporter's testimony throws attorney Athena Sykes for a loop. The perfect caption.
How marvelous! A photo in the newspaper is just the thing to boost your brand.
The judge is even encouraging not only illegal use of photography, but also third-rate tabloid material.
No. No!
Not another no. No way you're telling me Scuttlebutt was able to keep all that stuff in the box while holding it over her head.
Jeez, I wonder what the Twisted Samurai did to her.
Block off all the holes in her box? And spin her like a top while Detective Fulbright cackled in delight?
That sounds more nauseating than scary.
It also sounds like something I'd pay to see.
Hold it!
Huh. We don't usually have an interjection immediately after testimony.
When you squeak like a little brat, it agitates Taka. Do you want him to peck your eyes out?
All she said was that Scuttlebutt became a potential suspect after giving that testimony.
Well, there ends the cross-examination. Let's allow the witness to step down.
Huh? No, wait a minute.
The defense has no right to cross-examine the witness after that little spectacle. For whatever a man is sowing, this he will also reap.
Ugh. Why can't he say you reap what you sow?
Very well. If the cross-examination is over, I suppose the witness may go home.
What are you doing? This is precisely why the Dark Age of the Law is still underway at this very moment.
My third eye is always eyeing a scoop.
Do something about the flash photography!
Then I tripped and fell. Cut my knee in my own box.
She stayed under her box even while running after someone? Sounds difficult.
I guess Scuttlebutt hides under a box 24/7? That can't be allowed on school grounds, at least not the way she's doing it.
Alright, Miss Sykes, you may cross-examine the witness.
That was 6 minutes. 6 minutes spent on a Segway. That could have been so much quicker. So not only did she have all that stuff in the box, but a whole freaking laptop too?
I was going to make the costume shimmer like that by painting the inside fluorescent.
What was that again? Fluoride? Did your costume have cavities?
That's the wrong... Never mind. An unceremonious cancellation? The heck does that mean?
But why would he put fluorescent paint on his hands for the mock trial, you may ask? The answer is he wouldn't. Not on purpose. It got there when he put the costume on.
Oh? That means... What again?
It means what I just said, Judge. Take some dementia pills.
When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa! The mannequin it was on! It was about to fall on me!
Mannequins don't just fall on people. Yeah, I haven't even started on the Moon Matrix, and already there's a vague point.
Like, I'm into that kind of thing. I'm a dude, and I'm into braces.
You don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Junior's outfit, do you?
Of course, because he likes girly clothes. Okay, these next few sins are gonna be about the alternate dialogue in the 2024 version. I just think it's hilarious how much has changed from the original release, especially given our current global perspective.
The mannequin came falling towards me, so I stuck out my hand to stop it. End of story!
That's a new piece of information.
No, that thing about the costume falling on him and him catching it were already in the original testimony.
I don't like girly clothes, man!
Funny how, with all the dialogue changes about Robin liking girly clothes, the 2024 version actually kept this line in particular. Robin mentions his supposed gender twice, which, not gonna lie, sound like iffy indicators of the ultimate twist in the character.
No matter how much I dress up, I'll never be as pretty as Juniper!
Well, no offense, but his habit of shouting at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help.
Not to mention, he's a guy, and a real hothead at that. Apollo's saying basically the same thing. What a weird lie to alter.
Out of control emotions! We saw those during the Ninetales incident.
And also during the trial of Shamu.
It seems that Robin is still hiding a secret. A big one.
Bigger than the fact he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks?
Maybe even the fact he likes girly clothes. Yeah, I'm not letting that go.
I, for one, have never seen a girl who shouts like a maniac all the time.
I take it you haven't met enough girls? Phew, so my crazy guess was right. This character was female this whole time. Wonder what that does for the story. Also, can I technically call Robin the first transgender character in the series, though she didn't choose the male lifestyle herself?
I'm a girl, body and soul. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a P-E-E-K.
Flash teasing in a T-rated game. Wait, this game was originally rated M. Now I'm confused. Also, is this gonna be a new gag now that he is a she? Spelling out words every now and then? Just go back to shouting. Oh, that's right. That tape recording belongs to a female, but we assumed it was Juniper because she was the only viable female suspect. But now we know about Robin Newman's true gender. Oh, that makes the reveal all the more worthwhile, doesn't it?
How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crime, Mr. Birdman.
Objection! Birdman?
Note to self, associating Blackwell with Harvey Birdman, attorney-at-law, leaves him flustered because it's secretly one of his favorite shows.
Objection!
No soundbite for Ace Attorney Investigations duology. Nearly every character that said objection had a soundbite regardless of legal status. Why is this game where you drew the line?
Robin said, Oh, the green sweatsuit.
S-U-R-E. I might have said that, but so what?
Well, think of it this way, Athena.
Yeah, which way exactly?
If I told you I'd be wearing a blue suit today, but then showed up wearing what I've got on now, what would you say?
Gee, thanks for making the contradiction so easy.
No!
Again with the no. Hugh still has that bow with him while testifying to the court. Are we going to talk about that? That thing is a weapon.
Leave, and we just might discuss. You know what?
Hugh had a huge secret held over his head by Blackwell, and he didn't feel tortured enough to go through with testifying at first?
All the girls want to know about my private life.
What?
I will remind the defense this is a court of law, not a pickup spot.
It seems Miss Fancy Pants' lawyer is smitten with the witness.
When did you guys decide to get so immature?
You're a goner. You a goner. Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor? Wait a second!
His name! Could it be?
Your Honor, I want you to yell at the witness as if you're mad at him. But, and this is important, use his full name.
Okay, let's see. Hugh O'Connor!
Eh? What did I do to deserve that?
Hugh doesn't understand the concept of a test despite being a self-proclaimed genius.
The court will note that this is different from the selective hearing men are so good at.
I think you're right. But what was that last part again?
I'll tell you what that last part was. That's sexist.
Let's see here. Oh, it's a picture of the defendant and the victim.
And they're both smiling. Hard to believe it'd be followed up with murder.
The courts are not the play yards of little children dressed as lawyers. So before you break your back in failure, run along home and grow up.
Whoa, sick burn, brah.
Objection!
Oh, come on, Hugh. Share your voice through that objection.
Enough of this nonsense. This is a court of law, not the set of some high school drama.
Yeesh, no kidding. This just went from crazy to freaking insane.
But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions,
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial...
But it didn't. Sure, the verdict was halted, but not in the same manner.
Oh, can it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies on my magic fancies.
Out of your... No, I'm definitely not taking a break.
Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center first, right away.
What's Athena telling Apollo to wait at the office for? He's her partner, is he not?
Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat.
Yeah, because you're the murderer. But also, that leaves me concerned for Scuttlebutt. I mean, if it wasn't Juniper, Robin, or Hugh, Means would certainly blame Scuttlebutt. He may even attempt to use the same voice recording he fabricated to frame Juniper in order to frame Scuttlebutt. Hey, you know his moniker because he says it all the time.
What actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 p.m. and headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7.
That's it? You didn't go anywhere else?
No, nowhere else.
If that really were it, then there'd be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else.
That's a true premonition, but even if the premonition was in fact true, Juniper didn't need to lie about what she did that night. That whole thing with Hugh was probably going to come up anyway, regardless of whether she mentioned seeing him or not.
I took this picture at around 6, which was before I'd left the art room.
But the clock here says it's just after 7.
And you didn't notice while you were still in the art room?
I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice.
Well, wait a second! Don't drag my name into the—
We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery.
You know, you could always get the boss to help you out. It doesn't have to be Apollo just because he was your co-counsel today.
Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking on the campus like this is just slightly suspicious?
I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence.
Clavier was able to do this just fine yesterday, despite not being the prosecutor in charge, so really, Apollo didn't have to ask.
Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday.
But first, we have some stuff to talk to Clavier about. Also, I should mention that as much as I enjoy Clavier's theme, it's not something I'd listen to for lengthy periods of time. Examples include any investigation scene where you have to talk to him, which is twice each in Turnabout Serenade and this one. Dang it, now I wish I brought it up sooner. Thankfully, this is the last episode to feature Clavier for the time being, so no big.
As you can see right here in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me, and right here her right statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you, Hair Forehead.
Where did that come from? I have a few things to say about the broken statue pieces. First off, in total, you pick up 3 purple fragments and 2 white fragments. You don't need me to tell you that's not nearly enough fragments to be able to fix the statues as seen in this game. Second, why are we adding the fragments we find to the court record? Just do the dialogue and go. No need to add them as evidence. Third, since when have Apollo, Athena, or even Clavier been sculpted to this degree? Wouldn't it make more sense if Robin was nearby? Maybe she could help with putting everything together. But instead, she's in the lecture hall checking on something. We'll figure out what that is after we're done with the statue business, getting photos from Scuttlebutt, and checking the art room. For now, let's have the characters that are here overstep their sculpting experience and put together a full-fledged Clavier statue. Wait, no, bullcrap! We found 2 white fragments when we were checking out the stage. 1, 2, not 3! This statue was apparently all put together by Athena, but no way, dude. Nothing at all about her screamed sculptor. This is jumping the shark, and I'm just gonna leave it there because I've seen crazier things happen in this franchise.
Ah, it's the goddess of law, holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other.
I don't know why you didn't just call her Themis right there. That's what she is in Greek mythology, goddess of law. In fact, this law school was named after her. Oh, that's why. It's not Themis, it's Lady Justice, which pretty much holds the same concept. Oh, I'm so silly. Also, shouldn't Lady Justice be wearing a blindfold? Even in Ace Attorney Investigations 2, the statue of Lady Justice had a blindfold.
Detective Fulbright! Can you lower that banner from there?
Of course! Just leave it to me! How's that?
How tiring would it be, really, to turn a crank or whatever to lower a banner on a line? Cause I can't imagine it being that taxing.
Well, looks like the banner's down now. So take a look.
Great! Thanks for making me click on the banner just to take a look.
Looks like some kind of note. What does it say?
Athena, I'm pretty sure you can read. Besides, you were the one who caught the note. Why don't you read it?
A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score.
I don't see how even Hugh can get beyond a perfect.
Maybe those other 20 points are just extra credit. Then I had to click the banner again just to learn more, and take a look at that dark stain I was already paying attention to before the note flew out. Thanks!
It's hard to see against the red material, but look.
It's not that hard to see, especially not in the pop-up image. Why does the game have me examine the statue again before moving on?
Phew, that was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time.
Does that mean you're satisfied?
Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out.
This one thing that the game does automatically instead of having me examine it myself. Remember how much more interactive Ace Attorney used to feel?
I think I'll hang around here for a while, but make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah?
Find what?
What else? The Governors banners that disappeared from the stage.
The pronoun game, my favorite.
That bollocks! It just took off running.
I have a pretty good idea who that is. As I suspect you do too.
Is a pretty good idea all you have?
Come on! We can't afford to have any weird articles written about us.
Too late, Athena. The internet sure is a magical place.
Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme.
You approve of that, Rose, don't you? It's written all over your face.
Don't look at me. I just happened to find it in the incinerator.
Incinerator? Did Blackwell actually make good on his threat to burn her box?
Must be a pretty big incinerator for a school to have.
Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts.
Oh, Athena, that was cringeworthy.
Do people usually spell cringeworthy with a hyphen? Also, Apollo Justice would be amazing at CinemaSins.
You want in on their little trio.
How could you possibly know that?
For one thing, if you pause the footage at the right time while the laptop drops from a box, you can catch a glimpse of this, an image of Hugh, Juniper, and Robin together and a poorly photoshopped Scuttlebutt in the canvas as a wallpaper.
My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years.
Is the point of the laptop breaking so Athena could further sympathize with Scuttlebutt? I thought she was doing that plenty already.
It's not like I owe you anything, but here.
Animation says she's giving back the same Themis Herald paper you returned to her. Story says she's giving you photographs.
Ugh, but I actually do believe the voice is shouting Q O'Connor.
Ah, that's a false lead we're looking at, right?
Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation.
Alright, we don't really have much time left anyway.
We have so little time, in fact, that the game just automatically takes me to the art room. Seriously, why is half of this stuff automatic?
Don't waste your time. I've checked it, and it's 100% accurate.
You sure? How'd you check it?
Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch. See?
Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped?
There's Clueless, and then there's Detective Fulbright.
This clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken.
Why the heck was the clock an hour ahead before the murder was even committed? Daylight savings isn't over yet. Was Professor Means really planning that far ahead in order to kill Court and frame Juniper for the crime?
Wait, just 1 minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime?
Boy, that issue sounds familiar, doesn't it? Also, just one look out the window and comparing it to the photo should immediately tell you that some bullcrap is taking place. Out the window on the same wall as the clock, you can see another building, not the night sky for some reason. Speaking of the night sky, the police should really bring in some astronomers for events like this, because looky here. On October 23rd, 2027, the moon in the sky would be a waning crescent moon, not a waxing crescent like what's depicted on the backdrop. Another thing an astronomer could tell you is that moon is more like a Bruce Almighty moon. Like, I mean, come on!
Oof! Then what's this moon doing here?
I wonder.
Thanks, game, I would never have figured it out on my own.
The prosecution claims that this is the script that was supposed to have been used.
But the scripts were selected by Prof. Court, considering by how much she valued the truth. I seriously doubt she'd pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment.
This only leaves me with two questions. First off, Scuttlebutt is in the judge course even if she followed Professor Mean's moniker. If she knows Professor Court well enough, there's no reason at all for her to believe she'd accept a script like this. Second, you'd think the police would take her personality into account before trying to force a motive onto the defendant.
Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I like them B-O-T-H.
How can you say that with a straight face if their monikers are polar opposites? And why was nothing done about that sooner? Even the game loves Professor Mean's moniker.
Hey! What's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot?
Athena doesn't know perspective.
And the only one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh.
But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me.
Yeah, after you and Robin both confessed individually, what do you think would have happened if Hugh just kept his mouth shut?
You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was...
It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Prof. Court.
Dang it, now it lends credence to the prosecution's argument that it was Scuttlebutt's script that was chosen and not Juniper's.
His hands were dripping with blood!
His hands were dripping with blood.
I heard you the first time, Juniper, through voice acting.
Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday.
A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak.
For starters, he's getting a new watch. With his own money!
And although there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then, a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage.
I better hurry up and ask before I forget. This all sounds like conjecture. Did they actually use luminol to check the mat and car for blood? That's what they did for the art room, isn't it?
Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they'd used it?
Objection!
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body.
That's not exactly as decisive as you're making it sound.
What? Are you telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally as big as that?
There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have.
What's the difference exactly?
No way! This crane right here? But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial.
Who the heck cares? It's not like cranes just stay in one place all the time.
Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination.
No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy.
What is it with people using this as an excuse just to avoid any secrets being leaked? It's just an examination in a court of law.
But when you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane?
Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, Golden Boy.
Hold it! No, Prosecutor Blackquill, please don't!
High school seniors are 19 at most, thus they fail to complete the requirements.
Don't you mean 18 at most? I'm not denying a high school senior could be 19, but 18 is generally the max.
There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take.
He's still trying to call himself a genius? If anything, the 7-year break he took is the ordinary kind taken by mouth breathers like himself.
I can use a bow and arrow one-handed.
I wouldn't recommend doing that in the courtroom, though.
What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and a creepy grin.
Look at yourself in the mirror every time you smile while front-facing me.
How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage.
Is it too much to ask to just let me figure it out myself?
The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together.
Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance.
I have a better idea. How about you tie your lips together until I'm finished explaining the presentation of the school banner?
Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from?
Shame on you, Sykes-Dono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary.
I'd remove a sin from this, except are the police really that negligent to not verify the bloodstains? It's not like you're in a hurry to wrap this up, right?
Miss Scuttlebutts. But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script?
Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all.
Okay, but you still shouldn't have believed it was Scuttlebutt's script that was chosen for the mock trial, you lunatic!
Indeed. You can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court.
Just think. The prosecution had to believe Scuttlebutt's script was chosen. Granted, they didn't know about the envelope, but this is ludicrous.
There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time.
But why were you lying about that? Any particular reason at all? Is the game gonna talk about that at all?
No!
No.
Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict.
Hold it! You people don't believe me.
What exactly is this reaction? The first thing he said in the testimony was,
"You won't believe this, but I used a body double."
You won't believe this. Those were his words. So why was he so surprised when he hears we don't believe it?
Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimonies like this?
Objection! Widget's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies!
So much for calling him insane.
Yar, the prosecutor said rubbish. We will be at a stroll, then left with Detective Fulbright, he did.
You know your testimony is bad when the prosecutor just walks out. Not to mention, it's a prosecutor who's been serving 7 years for a murder he didn't commit. But if he's with a police detective, it's fine.
You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double?
Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it.
Or maybe you can prove you did have a body double?
I detected a powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have.
What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see.
Don't you mean here?
Yeah.
Ah! He broke out of his shackles again!
I don't want to be the poor counted down at the detention center.
Imagine just how many shackles you had to replace just for this one inmate who kept breaking them at the prosecutor's bench.
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
Dang it, I was about to remove Sins from this if it weren't for that scream. Urgh, way to kill the friggin' mood!
Your Honor, the defense moves to call Prof. Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence!
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by our dullard of a witness.
Does he really believe that, or does he just want the conviction?
Wake me up once this is over.
Hey, no fair.
You're getting drowsy from the speech, too.
Ah, you fair. Wake up. Pay attention.
Any particular reason for Means to have said that in his recording, other than for the plot to give our hero something to latch on to?
That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes.
So, do you think people like your speech or not? You even recorded in your message telling someone to wake up.
It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again.
It was only a little over 10 minutes? It felt like it went on forever. How'd you figure out how long it was?
Are you kidding? Even I would have figured it out. Apparently, the speech went for 10 minutes and 35 seconds, which is the amount of time overdubbed on the cassette tape. But Juniper didn't shout Uragoner at the 20:35 mark. It was at 32:14. So what's going on with the analysis of the tape?
Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means.
I am so sick of hearing that phrase.
Even the game wants him to stop.
Objection!
Means doesn't get his own objection soundbite either?
You dare call my teachings and methods lies?
Yeah. By definition, that's what they are. Where'd this chalkboard come from? And is Means trying to bring back the Mohawk look? Well, you can forget about that.
Ow!
Someone do something about throwing stuff in the courtroom!
Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian.
For electrocuting Blackwell after he was just told to leave the classroom?
I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I made both statues myself.
So that's why you told me you made both statues yourself. Wait, no, that still doesn't make sense. You can be honest with me. I guess the writing on the chalkboard just magically formed. But also, now he admits it's a courtroom, not a classroom? See? It happened again. Magic! Oh, trust me, nothing wrong with a non-guilty verdict, just as long as it goes to Juniper and not... well, you.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if it'll distract her.
That's pretty much the same thing as confessing to the crime yourself, don't you think?
So the banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it.
The Gavineer's banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality.
I'm with Apollo on this one. I'd have compared the Gaviner's banner to a towel if I were to suggest it soaked up the blood.
All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was... a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing.
Gee, thanks for making me do something extra. I am so sick of that flashback! The bright, cheery, dark age of the law. Bright and dark are not worse. They go together, you devil's advocate! He's not even trying to be subtle anymore, if ever he was! Wow, what a pretentious a-hole.
Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like a statue of Mr. Wright or what?
Looks like some random person to me.
Weren't the statues a pair of busts?
What? No, they weren't just busts, it's the whole body!
Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you?
He totally is. Hands behind her head to reflect Phoenix's spiky hair, but where is rope? I don't see any cord or some such tying her wrists together. Obviously, Professor Means was close to Manfred von Karma before the two separately became lawyer and prosecutor. Everyone fails except me. I guess he must be a perfectionist too.
Staff, this is the spear of a great legal warrior.
Way to confess to what the weapon was. Also, now that we see the staff being held by Athena, what part of the staff specifically screams spear? I don't see any sharp points. Is there a secret to how it becomes a spear? Like how the Yatagarasu's key is also a knife in disguise and vice versa?
To prove that a spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is...
The only thing on this list that can shed any light on whether or not the murder weapon was thrust into the victim.
Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
How does this guy keep confessing to his crime without giving a direct confession to his crime? If the end really justified the means, why are you revealing your means of deception for the entire court to hear? This is why your moniker is stupid. What happened to make his teeth shatter the way they did?
Can I ask what the professor's motive was?
Why are we going through the whole motive right now? We already know the means did it, which in turn means Juniper didn't do it. Can't we just get to the verdict already?
I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge.
Or a lawyer, or a prosecutor. Just saying.
And at the detention center, where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person.
Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me.
Yup, she totally has a crush on Apollo.
Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
Whatever happened to never playing that song again? It's not even the same melody. You changed it up a lot.
And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend.
And he sure had one heck of a way to fulfill that promise. You want to meet Apollo's best friend? Let me introduce you to his corpse. I'm sure it would take a lot to make adjustments in the video file, but that side says Okawara Space Center, the Japanese name. It just feels weird seeing it as an English speaker playing this game in English where the name is Cosmos Space Center. This shot is supposed to be the astronauts feigning escape through the Space Museum corridor, which, by the way, had no bomb planted. I'm sure the animators didn't want to spoil one of the major points about the case, but seeing the inferno behind them just feels wrong once you figure it out.
It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and...
Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now.
Is Apollo really that hungry? Like, come on, man.
Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly thing, you.
Selena, stop!
Just admit it, Juniper. You totally have a crush on Apollo.
This is it. It's all over for me.
Oh no, not another but.
Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now.
I know there's supposed to be sighs, but I can't help but feel he's perpetually yawning because he's so tired. Not that I blame him. The Kling can't have been treating him well at all.
Don't say that. Don't stop believing.
Hold on to that feeling.
I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going.
And what about you, Apollo?
What about me?
I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend?
Thanks a lot, game. You talk about Apollo having a best friend. The first time he makes a physical appearance, he's a rotting husk. The only trial I've seen in this game so far that started at 10 on the dot is Turnabout Academy. Why are they straying from that tradition? So it's here we find that the eye patch wasn't because the bomb exploded, because he already had it before the bomb went off. Of course he had his reasons, but... Are we going to talk about those shackles?
Oh, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right?
Astronomy. It's astronomy.
You see, one is scientific, the other is not, despite ending with the suffix logy.
Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything.
You know, like Apollo 13, because why not? There's even a character in this series whose first name is Apollo. Also, the tagline at the bottom is, "Come along on a captivating space odyssey that will take your breath away." Now, I gotta ask, why did they put a hyphen in the middle of the word captivating? That hyphen really shouldn't be there.
That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly?
Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin.
Well, it's certainly a coffin.
Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time.
Thank goodness, because then the body of a detective who was supposed to testify later would have been found much sooner. In Launchpad 1, there's a ladder and an elevator between the upper and middle levels. But what about the lower level? How does that get accessed? Does the elevator go down there too? Doesn't look like it, so what's the dealio here?
I would like to submit this diagram report into the record.
Wouldn't it make more sense to update the diagram we first had submitted with the information about the bombs that went off?
The trial's just started and we're already in a bind.
You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right?
Yes, and all the information we got in this segue should have been from pressing the witness during said cross-examination.
I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone.
Admirable decision, Justice Dono.
Huh? What'd he decide?
Did Blackwell figure out Apollo was going to back off on questioning Fulbright's appearance at the Space Center by silence? What if he was just thinking about what to ask next on the same topic? Just saying, that sounds equally plausible for all I know.
The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators and the third-floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup.
Sure, until the footage got cut off, which we don't learn until the second day of the trial for no good reason whatsoever.
If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in an explosion as well.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
It's true that Blackwell knew why Starbuck would do this, but doesn't that make the timing of this question worse? How come Apollo was the first to bring up this point and well into cross-examining the first testimony at that?
A fingerprint recognition device? It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center.
Not really. Fingerprint recognition devices have existed for a long time. In fact, those same devices are found in the evidence loggers of the police department. You even presided over a case where said fingerprint recognition loggers were an important part in the development.
Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through.
I see. That is very different from what I had in mind.
What did you have in mind?
You have 5 seconds.
For 5 seconds?
After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed, and a verdict to be rendered.
I know how important this case is to you, but don't you think you're being a bit hasty, especially in your attitude towards the defense?
We don't have time! Spit it out, Athena!
Only 3 more seconds!
For Athena to say what she needed to say, it clearly took longer than 3 seconds.
The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in a lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy.
And apparently no one ever bothered to take the bomb out of the phony fantasy so that everyone can see what it looked like. All I can ask is, why? It was already diffused. We really gotta talk about Blackwell's swordplay in the courtroom.
Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony?
No.
Well, unfortunately, no is not an option.
Fatigue is no excuse for refusing to testify or prosecute. It's been over a year since Christoph Gavin was accused of murder, and still, his influence seems to have taken over his honor.
What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates.
Again, I'm pretty sure it's a yawn. You know, because yawns are contagious.
What's with the helmet?
Did he just have it with him in the courtroom?
Ah! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining! Requesting medical assistance!
Did he break down already?
Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance! Evacuate immediately!
Dude, what's with all the astronaut equipment? Aren't the police force really this unthorough these days? They have the security camera footage that shows oxygen levels. With a report like this saying the defendant's oxygen level was at 80%, surely there'd have to be questions about this, right? Like, why does the security footage say 50%?
Ready for launch! Begin the countdown! 5!
4!
3!
2!
1!
Lift off!
This moment is easily the best in the whole episode, and what helps makes it extra epic is the Apollo Justice objection music. Now, I already love the Apollo Justice objection music, especially the variation that's used in Dual Destinies. That is epic. Hearing it used in moments like this just gives you an experience you can't imagine without the music. That's 10 sins off.
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? it doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection! I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules.
Maybe also because he doesn't take the time to think that what he's proposed at the beginning just might be impossible, even with the evidence all laid down on the table for him.
This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased.
One of the options is to basically agree with Blackwell, which completely goes against what has been stated in the report.
But police remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode.
I feel like a level of suspicion should have been placed on Tony from the beginning, since he was the one who reported the bomb having been rearmed, and then proceeded to frame Juniper for the bombing. Again, it would make a lot more sense if Tony tried to pin it on an authority figure. They'd have much more access to the remote switch than a high school student.
Silence! Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you, calm yourselves or all else.
Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here.
But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever.
I don't care how important the case is to them both. Have the prosecution and defense leaders lost their friggin' marbles? Blackwell's referring to the gallery as headless chickens with a death wish. What does death wish say about you, huh? If these people in the gallery had a death wish, wouldn't they be staying seated while the bomb timer is counting down? I mean, true, evacuation procedures should require people to be calm, but no need to get so angry about a lack of calm. That's not going to make said panic go away. And you, defense team leader, if you're trying to hold out, if you're trying to make sure a bomb doesn't blow up the truth forever, what do you think will happen when you get blown up? And no, I don't mean if. You don't know when the bomb will explode. Is your life seriously worth the outcome of your best friend's mentor's trial that you'd explode trying to save it? Where's the fake bomb in this flashback of Toad's breakdown? How did this mistake even get made in the first place? Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. That pervert's out, right? Please tell me that pervert's out.
Alright, enough of this, people! This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you.
You're the only one who's crying, Athena.
Technicalities!
Technicalities nothing. Take a stand, but don't forget what's happening.
That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago.
You seem to know quite a bit about him. What, because she mentioned a huge milestone in his career that practically anyone who's paying attention to the news knows about?
Oh yeah, here we go! 3, 2, 1, to the stratosphere and beyond!
You almost got the quote, Starbuck. Almost.
My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it.
Sheesh, how many people at the space station know each other's combinations, and how many combinations do they know? That is some weak security right there, by the sounds of what Starbuck just described. No wonder he got drugged.
Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed.
I'll say, they even managed to plant your prints on the Switch before slipping it in. But why? Wouldn't it be more believable if his prints weren't on the Switch? You know, because he was wearing gloves?
And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too.
Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine.
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain! Oh, wait. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Hold up. What's this game called again? Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is Gaia supposed to stand for? Galaxy?
Gaiaxa was a name that Takeshi Yamazaki originally intended to just be a joke, but was actually implemented into the game. It makes Gyakuten, as in Gyakuten Saiban, which is what Ace Attorney was called in Japan, and JAXA, the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. Maybe the name works in Japanese, but in English it just sounds... I don't know. But unfortunately, the Gaiaxa logo is crucial in solving a puzzle later in the game, so that's probably why they didn't change it. They must have figured it was too hard to alter it to a different name and change the graphics on the logo with tool handles.
Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y.
This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. I had to look up what Phoenix may have been referring to here. Apparently it's supposed to be like in the Stolen Turnabout, where one of the things you can examine is this sign that says burr on it, which Maya thinks must be burgers. But I don't see any connection between the two other than they're both talking about weird signs with weird letters. Look at the stars on the front of his jacket. That graphic looks familiar. Is that Starman? Right out of Mario? Oh my gosh, and I'm playing this on a Nintendo console.
I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body.
Ego stroking much? He makes it sound like he's the first to discover a dead body in general, not just that of Clay Turan.
But this talk of the incident, Are you, by any chance, the space police?
You can't just tack the word space on it, just any old thing, you know. Tell that to Atari.
Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm.
Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. Try the boundlessness of the internet.
That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat One Miracle occurred, right?
Correct, and it was truly a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie.
I'd be more concerned if they didn't get the likenesses down. From that poster, it seems like they did their best for Starbuck, but that actually makes me wonder what Cosmos is like in the film, and also whether or not he'd approve of the portrayal. But given his attitude toward the movie, probably not.
So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think.
Wait, that door? It looks awfully familiar. Yeah, dude, that's because it's the Launchpad 1 corridor. You know, the one the astronauts emerged from after the bomb went off. You are looking into this case in Apollo's stead, right?
Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub.
No, that's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Do you even know him? Well, even if you did, you've only met him one time, and that was when you were defending Shamu.
Ah, you two. Detective Fulbright has granted you full permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks and give you a neck rub too if you'd like.
What does Fulbright take the police force to be? Massage therapists? There's just one problem though. This room. It's just so big. Oh, boosh, it's not that big. You bet Juan Carita's hotel room, the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office, and the basement warehouse at Lordley Taylor. Those places were probably a lot bigger than this Space Center boarding lounge.
This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright.
Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. You know what else will be a little easier? Explaining the rest of the doors in this room without having to examine one first. But even that's unnecessary. Just examine the door to the control room and you'll be told that only the director can go in. But the game decides, no! You examine one of the doors, you need to learn about all the doors in excruciating detail. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window?
Oh, boss. It's just a holographic image.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Whew, that's a relief. Don't tell me he actually bought it. Also, why tell me about this before we even start investigating?
Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy.
People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this, you know? I'm pretty sure she just wants to call the southern door Downey because she's a huge fan of Robert Downey Jr. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here...
I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out.
Who are you calling a curious kid? How's about speaking for yourself every now and then, you barely adult? Okay, what about that last door?
This lower door, oh, excuse me, I mean south door? It leads to the elevators.
We should know this already because it's the door we came in.
Well, that's about it for the 3 muscadors of the boarding lounge.
Muscadors almost sounds like mousecadors, which reminds me of something else entirely. You know, do we have to turn off the holographic screen just to examine the shattered glass? I mean, come on, brother. If that's supposed to look like a spiderweb, it's gotta be the most unnaturally placed spiderweb in the universe. It barely even touches the tree branches.
Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons.
I don't know what the probability is of pressing a random button causing anything good to happen, but I imagine it's pretty low. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. Foreshadowing. Now, let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find.
You got it. Now to sprinkle some over here, and a little over here, and...
You showcase fingerprint powder in this game and it's automatic? How freaking dare you, Capcom? Where's the fun at?
Well, at least I could jump really high.
There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. No, it says, warning, helmet use required. Please use the moonwalk apparatus responsibly. The picture may indicate jump height, but not the text. It's just basically saying, be careful and wear a helmet so you don't bash your dumb freaking brains in.
Welcome to the Space Center guests. Welcome.
Dude, if you told me at some point in the series we'd be talking to a robot, I'd have laughed in your face. And look at us now. It's... a robot?
I am not a robot. I am Punko.
Is she not programmed to... I can't help it. That freaking face when she's mad and the way she flails her arms is just so freaking. I was gonna add a sin, but I think I'm gonna remove one instead, just for the animation, okay? That face just freaking got me.
Psychological observation and navigation companion.
This has to stop being a thing with acronyms. Using multiple letters in a single word for the official name just for the acronym. I don't know about you, but something about that just feels off-putting to me. I can't really explain it, it just bugs me.
Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl.
Are you talking to a dog or a robot?
Registering. Facial recognition sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix.
Cool, I made friends with a robot just after having my name and face registered. Well, now I could just forget about my human friends. So, attempts to use print recognition are recorded on security camera. No freaking crap, dude, it's a security camera. You know, a camera that certain buildings use for, well, security? Anything caught in the frame is obviously recorded on camera. That includes attempts to use print recognition. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. Does he though? Does he? 7 years didn't leave a heck of a lot of difference between the man then and the man now.
I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too.
Great, now Athena's got a case of ponkoitis. Sounds like the normal pleadings of a curious child to me. This is quite a bit of data.
Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackquill said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though.
Whoa, he got Apollos and my prints. He even got prints for all the robots.
This should have been the first hint that this fingerprint data is bogus. Even when digging deep, no need to take Apollo's fingerprints and prints for all the robots? What kind of prints would a robot leave? It's just a big hunk of metal powered by electricity.
I still can't believe you took off his glove to get his fingerprints.
Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case.
Darn right I can't. Clay Turan has quite a bit of relevance to this case, given that he's the victim and all. His prints being on the list should only be normal.
Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door.
He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. And that tells us... Huh? The screen went blank.
Yes. Apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point.
Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? That's a legitimate question. Knowing this doesn't help or harm the case for the defense or prosecution, why hide the aftermath? It's been a while, but those are definitely psyche locks.
Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about?
No, psyche lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. First, Phoenix mouthed this thought bubble. Wait, that's an explanation for why another character gets at least an idea of what he's thinking without the whole mind-reading shtick. Second, why are you telling him about psyche locks? He's not a spirit medium, he's a normal detective, not even a psychic one.
If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to.
I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. I know, because I did it early in my law career. Even then, it was only one time.
What to do? Which path is the path of justice?
Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. What he just talked about? This game is really just giving us answers, even for the psyche locks? Just let us think!
Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular.
Yikes, and it's Detective Fulbright saying this. A phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. What? Is that a reference to Casper? Nah.
In justice we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later.
There he goes.
Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Yeah. He wouldn't have said on 3 otherwise.
Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop.
That's a pretty specific angle to chop at a robot's neck.
No. What are you doing? No, don't.
There. I bet she won't be talking back now.
Does she have to do that all the time? I really don't believe it's her first.
I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me? Useless hunk of junk.
But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you order me to speak.
Does asking a question not count as an order to speak?
I mean, people are imperfect. They lie. They're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law.
But you can't expect AI to uphold a reasonable system of law either. Have you seen how AI has handled works of art and such? How do you think they'd handle the courts?
I am the ultimate robot, with amazing speed and independent thought. I can operate in a vacuum, at extreme heat, and under high pressure. We robots rule the world.
All right, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away.
Thank you. We don't need another old bag.
Oh, I get it. Well, well, Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle.
This should have been enough for Phoenix to ask more questions. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. When has that ever been an issue?
Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here.
Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me.
Remember last time you tried to go behind the bench while you still had those injuries? Now on top of that, you got a big bump on your head, resulting from someone assaulting you from behind. So there's no way you're thinking of continuing on for now. Right?
Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why?
When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself.
For the most part, the dialogue in this scene is accurate to what's depicted in the anime cutscene at the end of Turnabout Countdown, with a few extra lines added in between. Except in the anime cutscene, Apollo says,
I can only say that this is something I must settle on my own.
Which he never says in this scene in the Cosmic Turnabout. I would ask, 10:15, and again with not starting on the hour, but in the beginning the judge is still traumatized over that bomb. Could that be why we started late?
I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time?
Why? First day of the trial, Blackwell decided no one else was fit for the opening statement in Starbucks' trial, and he had a reason for that too. It's about that phantom of 7 years past. He wanted to deal with it personally.
Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader.
No, he's just been asked to too many opening statements.
There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already, old man?
Objection! We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy! You didn't have to say objection before making that sick burn, brah. Does Cosmos go anywhere without that segue? I can almost picture him doing Happy Wheels runs right about now.
Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers.
Of course you have, for I am Yuri Cosmos.
I think Cosmos also caught ponkoitis.
An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. The Nipponese sure love their Sailor Moon references, don't they? And this is coming from someone who's had no exposure to Sailor Moon. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun, and in return the detective fired her warning shots. That by itself creates a whole new contradiction before Director Cosmos even gives more testimony about the shootout. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock. But unfortunately, that possibility went away too the minute you talked about the perpetrator firing upon the two witnesses.
That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly?
It hit me.
So does that mean you're a ghost?
By that logic, the Manfred von Karma we saw behind the prosecutor's bench for Edgeworth's trial was also a ghost. Same with Shilong Lang while investigating his president's murder, or Wakikataki when he was put on trial, or the loss of Granbury after that quick draw shoot 'em incident. Seriously, just a bullet itself isn't enough to kill a person. The damage hugely depends on what the bullet hit. If the person is still alive, then obviously the damage wasn't enough to kill. Sorry for this long ramble, but I didn't think it would be necessary, except this is Ace Attorney where the judge is a freaking moron.
It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life.
That's not a miracle, that's just a logical reason for why the bullet didn't kill him. He's just explaining what the bullet hit.
Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
About time. I've been waiting almost 4 minutes. That's a new record. I only cross-examined after 4 minutes of nothing. Oh wait, Turnabout Academy had one segue that was 6 minutes? How did I forget about that? Still sinful though.
He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm king of all the cosmos. It's true, I could explain all the things Phoenix survived, but instead you could go ahead and watch my Everything Wrong With video on Turnabout Corner. You can learn all about it there. Objection! Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie.
A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history?
Yeah, man. It happens all the time.
Gah!
So he's spinning in a circle now. Awesome.
You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right?
Gah!
Well, what are you getting at?
Use your own brain. Your head must have some other use than housing that bird's nest.
That's what I'm saying. Doesn't your reasoning worsen your case? Sheesh, what took him so long now?
And now you've lost your possibility that a third person was in the room.
I have? How? I'd asked to facepalm to the count of 3, but last time I did that, I felt a dizzy spell, which was then followed by a headache. I really don't want to deal with it again. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. I had my suspicions about Cosmos, and you just outright confirmed them. Can I please just be allowed to think? Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Is it too much to ask to just let me figure it out myself without all this explanation? Isn't it enough that his battleship bears a scar? We only needed Phoenix to say that, and we figure out the rest from there. You hear people complain the game is too easy? Well, this is why. Also, the argument seems to suggest the 10 caliber bullet traveled straight through the oxygen tank and landed under the grate, because that's the only explanation for how the tiny bullet got there, and the 38 caliber bullet was found near the punctured tank. Guys? Court is still in session, you know. Now hold on just one moment! We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss R. Blackwell saw was you! No, you proved nothing of the sort. You just proved he went to the boarding lounge, and he confessed to that much. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the Launchpad 1 door. When we put these two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. The Launchpad 1 door is the escape route, yes? Nah, he definitely went for the control room. Or wait, no, how about the southern door?
There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
And I thought it was such a good idea, too!
If I was His Honor, I'd ask the prosecution when they found that out. And once that question was answered, I wonder why this is the first time we hear of this.
The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk.
Any 50s kids or Iron Giant fans in the audience?
You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor.
Liar!
Scusi, Cosmos, what word confused you again?
Liar!
Say it one more time.
Liar!
Oh, liar. Got it. Let me just... There we go. Ah! Funny enough, this isn't even the first time Phoenix's front spike got slashed by Blackwell. For reference, see Turnabout Shamu. Feeling tired, Blackwell? Oh, it's a sigh, not a yawn. My bad.
Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape, a fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film.
Oh, right.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Then how about you explain why the knob is turned different ways despite the launch pad being in the same place both times? Boy.
Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage?
Huh? That number on the floor. Gosh dang it, Capcom! Stop giving me the answer! Ace Attorney hasn't been cartoonish enough? Here's a grown, conceited man on a Segway crashing through courtroom doors.
Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum.
Under normal circumstances, this should mean adjourning the trial to continue investigating, but Blackwell has a deadline on his life, and it's very close at hand, meaning we gotta solve this crap fast, even if it means possibly sending an innocent man to his death.
I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street, and then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell ya, justice sure is a full-time job.
Was the fight between cats, or...
Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant?
You bet. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent.
Again, Starbuck was wearing gloves that are part of his spacesuit. What would a lack of his fingerprints prove exactly?
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped a lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Ignoring what's inconvenient for you, are we?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes.
This is a report Fulbright himself doctored based on false fingerprint data. I'm surprised he wasn't the one who revealed it. Instead, he just continued to play dumb. Turnabout For Tomorrow is the official name for the final case in Dual Destinies, but there are other ways to go about it. That's because, similar to how Turnabout for the Ages was with the Turnabout Forsaken, the finale is like the second half of the story. In this case, Turnabout For Tomorrow is the conclusion of a trilogy of episodes that span over one single arc. Chronologically, it began with the first trial day in the Cosmic Turnabout, then in between is Turnabout Countdown, the tutorial, and then we finish off the Cosmic Turnabout, and immediately afterward is Turnabout For Tomorrow. So I guess in a way you could refer to this as the Cosmic Turnabout Part 2, or you could refer to the Cosmic Turnabout as Turnabout For Tomorrow Part 1, and this would of course be Part 2. And it's the craziest saga of connected cases in the series thus far, though I guess we should wait for the Great Ace Attorney. Before you head off to the Space Center, you clear away all the evidence you don't need, and while most of what you keep is necessary, the door lock does get updated later on, but even the updated version isn't presented at any point in this episode, and every avenue of the security footage has already been explored. You don't even present the autopsy report, the diagram, or the lighter anywhere. They're just there to provide context behind the case. They provide nothing for the game itself.
Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free, and then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind.
So do you want to go into space or not? So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh?
Yup, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
Am I to guess it works the same way for leaving Launchpad 1? It makes sense why you wouldn't need fingerprint recognition to leave, but then why not just remove the scanner altogether?
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Gah! The mobility system has been compromised!
Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. I don't know how many other ways there are to stop a man on a Segway from escaping your questioning, but a knife throw? I don't know, it seems a bit like overkill. Emphasis on kill.
The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner!
So you're gonna tell me about— oh, nope, gotta work for it. Right.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure into space. How do you suppose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
You already admitted to switching the launch pads. Why don't you answer how you managed to pull it off? How was he able to spin around like that? You'll figure it out when you start operating a Segway. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
I don't see the point in not answering honestly, like, right away. Instead, some bullcrap about everyone talking about spirit mediums. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat Tube bombing is the current case. See? I've been paying attention.
All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Funny he says this because we found leaves in the Space Museum corridor. If anything, I think the security has gotten worse.
I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country and carries out dangerous missions and always gets a girl?
Does it surprise me James Bond is the first thing that comes to her mind? Not really, but surely he's not the only spy she's heard of.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race.
Or there was, unless we're still at it with another nation. Then again, am I going to take the word of a man with a Russian first name, although he's trying to help an American get back into space?
I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor.
America. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged.
That part of the plan relied on Starbuck being dizzy enough to not notice the difference by the time he and Terran reached the rocket. And how convenient that it worked out so well until, well...
Terran is dead, and the Hat too is destroyed. And the Hope Capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast.
I know what he's referring to, but would you immediately know just by this line at first? Of course not, which is why he clarifies. But why was he first speaking of the Hope Capsule's destruction as though it was lost in the same blast and not in the courtroom? Also, can the game make up its mind whether to put quotation marks on Hope as in Hope Capsule or not?
The idea was that with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials, ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to.
Again, you were the one who phrased it to sound that way.
Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
Sure, just make sure your Segway doesn't break down. You might need it if you're looking for the nearest trash can. What's up with this employee? The way he's drawn hardly seems to compare to how other people are drawn in other images. Seriously, look at the lack of outlines on this figure.
So, we need to investigate the robotics lab. And also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day's through.
The detention center first then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Time-wise, I guess it would be quicker to investigate the robotics lab first, and sure, we do have to account for the visiting hours, but I doubt you're that pressed for time at the moment.
You. What nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at team, I suppose?
Back to using that text-to-speech machine, are you? After you dismissed the thing out of frustration while you were testifying? Also, way to remind me of April May right there.
I saw IT, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were sealing the remote switch.
This is most certainly the real Ted Tone who had seen this, but then what about his testimony during Juniper's trial?
I am partially to blame. I left the bomb and remote on top of the transport case, and they were rearmed and stolen while I was talking with the lawyer.
So what does that mean? Was it the Phantom who took the stand on the first day of the trial, and on the second day it was the real Tonate? Or perhaps Tonate just wanted to hide his involvement in the murder of Detective Arm? Both of these seem highly plausible, I think. Detective Fulbright wasn't in Turnabout Countdown, he probably thought of a reason for his absence. What are your thoughts? I don't see any psyche locks, so I guess he must not be lying. Just because you don't see psyche locks doesn't mean someone isn't lying. You have quite a long history of having witnessed that. Just imagine if the Phantom got to these fragments first. It would have been easier for him to obtain that moon rock in the photo.
And suddenly, Starbuck was out and our little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after.
I suppose by all you mean you? Maybe the Phantom too?
Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate.
He just said he was taking a leave of absence. He never said he was leaving the Write Anything agency.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
How about instead of making jokes, just tell us how that's happening? You know how it's happening, right? You helped make the robots.
I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Do people even know what blast processing is anymore? Maybe Sega can answer that for those who don't know much about technology.
I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you.
Is that like a fraternal love he's referring to with Aura?
Ouch! Don't push!
My apologies. I'm just following orders.
Ah! Oh my goodness! This puts me in such a tight spot. On one hand, why kick us out of the Space Center as a whole? Just kick us out of the robotics lab and lock the door. But on the other hand, just the fact that Clock goes shoving the rights. Do I add a sin or remove one? Screw it, I'm removing one.
He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I mean, that's how you guys make him look.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training.
And the country I'm in, they're not a big fan of lawyers, so... Crazy to think that Maya, in this brief flashback, very closely resembles her appearance in the HD remaster of the original trilogy, and this is the same collection that has Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, which had graphical changes for Phoenix, Gumshoe, and Meekins. But I wonder how this letter got here. On the floor inside the office? The mailbox I can understand. Would you look at that? Pearl Fay returns in this game with minimal relevance to the actual story except to explain the Black Psyche locks. But don't worry, we'll give her even less to do in the next game. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Athena met her, yeah, but Apollo? Debatable. Though if you want to know more about that, read about it in Turnabout Shamu.
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked, but I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I'm as surprised as you. Where could she have gotten that?
Prosecutor Blackquill was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I think Detective Gumshoe may have rubbed off on him a bit.
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage.
Recorded on a VHS tape in 2020? Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he?
Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches.
So urgent, in fact, that he's practically given up on it.
But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow.
What? Tomorrow? No! That was just a few minutes ago. We don't need a flashback.
Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
So you went over to the Space Center where the hostages are being held. Smart move, Pearls. What the heck is this? Why the heck is this? This robot just grew horns? Was that originally programmed into the robots? Like, anytime Metis or Aura or whoever feels like making the robots evil for some reason, it can just, bam, horns.
About 15 robots holding a 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire.
Gosh dang it, Trucy! This is your one episode where you had an opportunity to play a major role again, and you get held hostage! Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested, and they've got her in detention.
By that logic, shouldn't you also suspect Blackwell to have been the murderer in the UR1 incident, given he's been convicted? This video says Okuwara Space Center 2. Yeah, okay, that really would be a lot of work just to change something in a video. Not that 4 kids had too much of a problem with that.
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He only gave up his badge for 3 days, Pearl. 3 days! Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy... Not sure it'll necessarily prove Blackwell's innocence. He could just be working for an organization, and Hat 2 was bombed by a different spy from the same organization. Not hard to imagine. If you're gonna say something, just say it. Don't twirl twice first.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Looking at the dimensions, yeah, no way you both could fit. Least of all Phoenix. Also, not trusting Edgeworth. I thought you reconciled with him.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
Does that look like something that runs on electricity? That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. You mean 7.5-year misunderstanding? It was in October when the trial of Vera Bisham saw some truths being revealed, and it was April 7 years prior when Phoenix was disbarred. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. But a lawyer fabricating evidence and a prosecutor having been found guilty of murder isn't exactly a new concept. With DL6, Manfred von Karma murdered someone in an elevator, and Robert Hammond, while not exactly fabricating evidence, did have his client falsely claim insanity just to have his name cleared. Sure, neither of those things were revealed till later, but still, a lawyer fabricating evidence and a prosecutor convicted of murder shouldn't be enough for people to lose trust in the courts. If it were several cases of said incidents, it'd be one thing, but it's just those 2. How fragile is trust in these games anyway? You know, just in case the moon rock gets talked about. It looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Ponko.
And in Japanese, it seems. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. I'm pretty sure it was Blackwell who said something to that effect. My phone. It's from Trucy.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour.
Hold the phone. Literally. Didn't Klonko accompany Phoenix to the detention center? Why doesn't Aura just talk through Klonko again?
No! This can't be happening! Mystic Maya! Help us!
The way you say that makes it seem like you're trying to contact Maya as if she's dead, but she isn't. What's that about?
No.
No. As the trial is unofficial and Blackwell's execution date is tomorrow, it would only figure that Aura would have the trial set today, but at the beginning of the episode it was 1:23 p.m., just after Athena was arrested. Now it's 3:11? 1 hour and 48 minutes? With all that we've been doing in the first chapter, I'd say in-game a lot more time had passed, like maybe around 5 o'clock.
But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
Let's talk about the first time we saw those black psyche locks. They were on Christoph Gavin, and he never saw them break, even with his epic breakdown. So what is this ultra deep secret that Christoph had guarded by the black psyche locks? One answer could be connected to the paranoia Christoph felt that his crimes would be exposed, and that's why he was watching everyone involved with the last case Phoenix took on in his initial career. It was what led him to murder Drew Misham and Zach Gramery. It was a sort of paranoia that was at a disturbing degree he himself wasn't aware of. That's why his psyche locks were black. But again, we never saw those black psyche locks break, unlike what would happen in the next installment in the mainline series. That's what this sin is about. The fact that we learn more about the black psyche locks, not from the first game we see them in, but the next mainline installment. You thought I missed you, didn't you, you stupid Sin? Well, guess what? Not anymore! Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
When did he ever say that? Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. I can understand the judge being there, but did Aura need to make sure this trial was being watched by a public gallery?
Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Hold it! Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial.
You're even deciding on it being official? What won't you decide on just to have Athena convicted for her mother's murder? This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Shouldn't Edgeworth just be playing along from the beginning?
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear? No, he was. Blackwell just being an intimidating inmate, that's all. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. That would be October 7th, 2020, and the incident here is something that had to happen during a certain pandemic. And 2, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. You mean the moment after the crime, right? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother! This is just what Aura's claiming for the prosecution to reciprocate, right? They're not actually what he believes?
But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
That took us 3 minutes after the testimony. 3 minutes! Even 11 years later, Manfred von Karma haunts the courtroom. Objection! I was expecting Edgeworth to have a different objection soundbite in this game compared to the original trilogy and Investigations, but this one sounds more like a villain, and Edgeworth's no bad guy. I feel like his and Blackwell's objections should have been swapped. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
The technology of tomorrow, everyone.
My head! My head! My body! Where am I?
Most over-the-top damage animation ever. He's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something, or someone. No, I'm pretty sure it's something, and you know the thing that I'm talking about, probably. Yeah! Okay, Phoenix, you don't need to scream every time an argument is made that isn't in your favor. Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. A parrot, a cowboy, the chief of police himself, an assassin, an ace detective pretending to be a phantom thief, a loan shark, Shamu. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Weakness. My name is Ponko.
Here we go again. Sorry, but Ponko's probably my favorite character from the Turnabout For Tomorrow saga.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
And 7 years later, that same little girl is being charged with that murder. What has this sick, twisted world come to? Oh, you were talking about the robot? Crap.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode, but I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
Will you relax? We're not doubting that at all. You may as well admit defeat now, Wright? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous! A cross-examination is never useless! Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. But like you said, we'll have to interpret their statements because they don't have as much understanding of emotion as humans do. Also, will we ever get a segue between testimony and cross-examination that doesn't go for 2 minutes anymore? Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing! If you had heard anything after that, then Dr. Sykes' autopsy report could have had use. It said she died instantly, but it does nothing to verify anything in this testimony.
Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Again, is this thing a robot or a dog? What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. Now, the real correct answer is the defendant moved the body, but here's where the game contradicts itself. The victim died instantly from a stab wound, making it impossible for her to have moved there herself. True, the defendant, an 11-year-old girl, couldn't have moved the body herself, but that gets explained later on. For this question, the correct answer is taken as the wrong answer, thus resulting in you getting a penalty for being right. Maybe it wasn't Athena herself, but she still precipitated the movement, so technically speaking, she did move the body. She just didn't directly move it herself. Am I nitpicking too much? All just to say, this question is weird once you know the truth. Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Pon-ko.
Freaking Panko! Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ah! Yo, instead of screaming, how about you let Ponko scold Edgeworth again for calling her Panko? She's done it twice now. What's wrong with her doing it a third time? It's hilarious. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
Please! This game needs a T rating rather than an M! Remember the courtroom bombing trial and the trial for the Academy murder? Remember how the murder of the Academy happened first? You know, not like how it was in the order of these flashbacks. True, we played the courtroom bombing first, but still. Is this how Blackwell says Menace died, lying down while he thrust a katana into her heart? Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
Duh, Phoenix. Like, come on, remember? He said that he wanted to make sure Athena was safe before we started analyzing again. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Well, we found something wrong with his emotion, so obviously it would have to be his testimony we should scrutinize now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with a katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. Didn't we already talk about this earlier? The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. By that terrible scene, he must have been referring to Metis lying dead on the operating table, just before mentioning Metis walking in. This is the result of someone taking the fall for an innocent little girl. Memories get jumbled up in emotional imbalance.
She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said,
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
The scene itself doesn't look much more gruesome than even the most grisly murders we've seen throughout the series. Nevertheless, the game originally received an M rating from the ESRB. At least, that's what some people believe is the reason, because despite this being one of the games in the bundle, the 2024 Apollo Justice Trilogy is ultimately still rated T. This gives credence for the idea I had when I began sending Dual Destinies that it was the bombing that was the reason for the rating, given recent events at the time the game first came out. Though I suppose what's described is pretty frightening. We're talking about a little girl standing in front of an operating table, a body that had just been stabbed on said table. That operating table is a robot assembly disassembly device that can build and even take robots apart, and the little girl thought the machine could be used to fix broken tissue and tried to do just that with her dead mother. Not only did she tell someone what she was trying to do, she was smiling while saying it, while also drenched in her mother's blood. Maybe it was because this scene the game was rated M, maybe it wasn't. Either way, it's a terrifying thought. No.
I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
Then later, I assume someone must have found Ponko in the trash chute and reassembled her on the operating table. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. I'm pretty sure you're the one who's regressed, Edgeworth. If you've known me well enough, it's that if I have an objection to make, there's a very good reason for it. Why don't you just let me show evidence behind my objection, then judge my childish emotionalism? So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course he would ask that. Reaction suggests he wasn't ready for that, like he should have been. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. And there's only one blade other than the katana that's in the court record. Yes, with just the tool shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. Okay, but was there any particular reason that the tools were rearranged as they were in the crime photo at that time? Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. You just don't have any qualms about this, do you, Edgeworth? You just will not let the accusation of 11-year-old girl go. I didn't think even you could be so heartless. Like, I get it, you're just pursuing the truth. And yes, there are hostages, and then there's this. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright. When will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Oh, I'm the one with my eyes shut. Remember 11 years ago when you were accused of murder? Do ya, Edgeworth? Imagine if I took that advice back then. Where would you be now? Certainly not the chief prosecutor, I can tell you that for dang sure. You're honestly telling me that Phoenix Wright, who's had experience with lawyering, couldn't think this up without a revisualization? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Me too. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Phoenix usually backs up his arguments with evidence and reasoning. You should know that!
No!
No. So we actually get to see the Black Psyche locks breaking. Can't believe this game did something right that Apollo Justice did wrong.
And there was a man there.
Oh, a man?
Hold it! Quiet, Your Honor. What a concept! Tell the judge to shut up while the defendant recalls a very deep subconscious memory she finally recovered.
And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Hold it! You see? This is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Gosh dang it, Aura! Why is your grudge so strong? If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Well, the fact is, it got there. It had the same slash. You can't use that as a way to disprove Athena's innocence.
Nettis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
And what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor? He most certainly did. Standing before us today is Ace Attorney's first ever real LGBT community representative. Yay? Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? No, Phoenix. Almost no emotional fluctuation.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Objection!
You!
Gosh dang it, Apollo! What the heck are you doing?
Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Dude, this woman has hostages, and Trucy's one of them. Not to mention Athena would still have to be tried for Turan's murder anyway. Just shut up and let this verdict be handed down, and from there the other Sykes trial can be held and things will run their natural course. But, Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Turan.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmic Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people kill for motives we can't even imagine.
I would call conjecture, but then there's Christoph Gavin, whose motive Apollo never understood until Vera Misham's trial. Nah, it's still conjecture.
Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
You could at least not ask that question with a big smirk on your face if you're really not feeling good about accusing your old coworker.
Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum.
Gee, thanks for narrowing down my options. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Angry fanboys to CinemaSins, or if they're really nitpicky against said tire, just about any pastiche of CinemaSins. Now, don't get me wrong, CinemaSins has fallen off lately, but wait, I don't need to talk about CinemaSins here.
The Phantom must be someone who knew that particular letter was going to be used?
That's right.
Who could it be?
Wait a minute.
So, I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
Will you stop just telling me the answer? This is the last case in the game! So it's only been like 2 hours since the trial started? But you know what I say to that? It should be close to 6 or 6:15 right now. Aura Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. But in spite of that, Aura will be arriving alone first because it's not like she has anything arranged for Trucy to see Phoenix again.
I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light.
Yeah, but you still broke the law. A sin is a sin, no matter what good may have come of the wrong you have committed. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. No, it was Simon's for his confession.
The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you?
You mean the Chief Prosecutor actually has access to the keys to Blackwell's handcuffs?
I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise.
Forgotten already, Phoenix? A lawyer can only cry when it's all over. You're coming to the defense's bench with me.
I am?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That didn't stop Maggie Bird from standing by your side in her trial, and she was never even a legal aid.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right? Right, because I'm fine now.
Yes, it's the eye patch you don't need, but I'm pretty sure you should keep the bandages on your arms. Unless the wound's healed already? Apollo must have quite the immune system if he's able to take off the bandages on his arms 4 days after the bombing incident. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot.
Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well.
He's still got that ego of his, though.
You just complimented him. He took the compliment. Then you have that thought bubble about his ego? What the heck is wrong with you?
Do you know why you have been called to give testimony?
Yup, because there is only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Darn right it's time for justice. Justice for all the bullcrap you put us through both 7 years ago and today.
But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you!
Ah! Please, don't throw the book at me!
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him.
No, the whole dictionary defy justice exchange is actually hilarious.
This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand.
No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction! Wilson! Also, no.
And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out.
Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again?
Why does Blackwell think of Apollo's bracelet as a cheat, but Athena's mood matrix is perfectly sanitized?
The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof.
No!
No. Also, bullcrap! Do you really expect us to think that makes sense? Why would Athena bomb the Space Center? We know the bomber is the same as last time, and Athena is innocent of the 7-year-old murder. Murdering Clay Turan, though, is still a topic of debate.
When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off of his hand.
Why did he need to do all that? Was his intention always to blame Athena for the crime? What would be more advantageous about framing Athena over framing Starbuck? If he simply didn't do anything about the lighter, he could more easily get away with it.
I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me.
So does murder, and so does the Phantom.
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands.
You could at least not have a big grin on your face if you're talking about being coerced into doing the Phantom's bidding. I know you're lying about it and you make it pretty obvious anyway, but still, at least show some dang fear. So now we have 3 lawyers behind the defense bench. This is something new and I wish it was done more often. Whoa, hold on. I thought murderers ought to be discreet in their methods to avoid detection. Does this look discreet to you?
As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
Huh? But he's literally crying a river over there.
That's weird. Every other time, considering the Phantom knows Athena, I'd have thought he knew how to manipulate his emotions with her. But now he's pulling stuff like this. How funny of him to mention the moon rock with the overconfidence believing that we wouldn't find the fear that wouldn't fade. But if he hadn't even mentioned the moon rock at all, he would have made a more clean getaway. Don't underestimate your enemy, basically. Again, at least be more subtle in trying to get away with your crime. But then he comes back down? Why would he even go up? Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock?
In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer.
Ugh, did he just start talking like LaBelle? You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock? Nope. Even the rock wouldn't be able to... Oh, wait. Wrong rock.
I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings.
Almost no emotional fluctuation, Fulbright. Almost. Pressing the statement basically gives you the answer through these flashbacks. I just leave it at the DNA part. After all, this is supposed to be the finale case, yet there's so many ways the game gives you freebies because it's dual Destinies.
You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone! Phoenix is right and therefore would be amazing at CinemaSins. Hold it! Yeah, I had to record that one myself. There did exist a Hold It soundbite for Edgeworth in the older games, and so you'd think there'd be a new one here for this scene, but nope. An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Now? Only a year later? I mean, I can understand a disfigured face would make it pretty hard to identify who the man was. Same with removing his ID card, even police badge. But we didn't find that it matched Fulbright's fingerprint data until now? That man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter?! Yes, both spellings are correct, but why not pick one and stick with it? In fact, why not imposter, since the game takes place in America?
Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now.
Wait, but that's...
Hey, Apollo. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck.
Bullcrap! Starbuck was in detention while Fulbright was at the Space Center. But guess what? Fulbright is actually dead!
I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence.
Huh?
Time to take out the trash. Permanently.
How could you?
Now do you see now how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
That was a very poor demonstration. You just destroyed evidence for an entire courtroom to see. No innocent person would do that. This is as good as a confession of being the Phantom, even if you made desperate attempts to fancily word your rebuttal. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your... Fudge! But he didn't say fudge. He said the word. The big one. The queen mother of dirty words. The F word.
So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence.
Which is funny because it's quite an extreme measure unless the moon rock really was that resilient except for bomb blasts. Well, a piece did survive, and Ted Tone might have been fingered as the culprit in Detective Arm's murder sooner without the bomb, but I doubt the Phantom would give two craps about that.
Objection!
Huh?
Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself?
No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo.
Huh?
Phoenix versus himself. This is quite a battle. I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. That doesn't just sound like an excuse, it flat out is an excuse. Or even replicating Phoenix's wild-eyed theories. Finally, we see the night sky after we spent all the time in this courtroom under impossible daylight given the time passing. Also, on December 20th, 2027, it is predicted that Bruce Almighty moon is to be a last quarter moon, not a full moon. And then it's back to the impossible daylight. Surely you guys could light candles even if the electrical lights don't work here anymore.
Teddy! I'm so glad to see you.
Holy crap, finally she's here. It was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Who would have thought a chief prosecutor would have such a powerful string to pull in the Bar Association?
I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely. But I still made it!
Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out.
Again, need I remind you that she was waiting for the end of the trial? The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over, remember?
Oh, but I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead.
Woods and justice sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G.
The end of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive! Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible?
Oh yeah? Name a situation. Yeah, that's what I thought, you coward.
Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales second?
That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it.
You've seen him in person. Does he look like a bod fit for wrestling to you?
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor?
Ah! The Jigsaw! Better make a run for it!
Was the Jig ever down to begin with? I mean, claiming to be the ultimate. That's about as hard to see through as a glass window.
I'd rather be near Miss Sora than on the moon. Oh, Miss Sora, I just want you to use me again like you used to.
Hit me, baby, one more time! It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. It's funny, because the set date of Blackwell's execution was on the first day of winter. I think it's neat that they have a whole other set of credits aside from the traditional ones you see in previous installments. What's not so neat is that there's no way to skip it. You can skip the credits in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. What's stopping you from skipping credits in the Apollo Justice trilogy? Maybe you couldn't do it in the 3DS version either, but this is 2024 and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles came out in 2021. You have no excuse not to let us skip credits. Ladies and gentlemen, the DLC episode I've continuously referred to as Turnabout Shamu is actually called Turnabout Reclaimed. What's funny is that even though this episode highlights the first case Phoenix took on when he got his badge back, it started off as only paid DLC in the 3DS version before just being bundled with the mobile version and in the Apollo Justice trilogy. This could have been episode 3, but according to the developers, Reclaimed was still being worked on after the release of the main game. Just think, you could have played this game before Turnabout Academy and not be disoriented by Blackwell still in shades and Fulbright being, well, Fulbright.
My name is Phoenix Wright.
Narration. We interrupt Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies to bring you Pirates of the Caribbean. The angle the sword was flying in, yeah, no way it got stuck to the mast in that particular position.
Captain Marla!
You made it just in time!
Anime, the only medium where you have just enough time to say this line because the orca's leap was just that slow, apparently. No matter how much you practice, I bet the captain hat landing on Orla's head after tail spiking Shipley is always just coincidence. If it doesn't happen, well, the show must go on. Discount SeaWorld.
Good thing I recorded this. Now, who's ready for another viewing?
You've already watched it 5 times! Let's watch something else now!
How could you even suggest such a thing? This show is therapeutic!
Is this how it felt when I would constantly put on The Lion King for myself in summer 2014 after my first exposure to the film? Which, by the way, is something me and my oldest brother had in common. Since the first time we saw it, we'd watch on repeat. In my brother's case, he watched it so often, he'd wear out the VHS tape. In my case, it's the DVD. I didn't break it. Wait, what am I talking about?
And this just in.
I know the text is green, but it's not like this stuff is being typed out. It's being spoken out loud by a news reporter. Why not a more basic blip for this piece of news? Also, why the news report? We're gonna have our client soon enough anyway, making the report kind of redundant.
I figured out the client's identity. Chalk one up for analytical psychology.
Not sure analytical psychology had anything to do with it, just a simple matter of deduction. Elementary, my dear Athena.
But with a name like Wright, I figured you'd be able to help me set them straight.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me she picked you all because of a bad pun.
I'm more concerned that Phoenix is getting a defense request immediately after making his return to law. On the same day, too.
And I'll go too!
Sorry, but I need you to stay here and keep an eye on the office until Trucy gets back. For the second in what's called the Apollo Justice trilogy, they're sure pushing Apollo to the side a lot, aren't they? It's funny, because Apollo gets a lot more development as a character in this game than he did in his debut.
Yeah, this is the Aqua Tunnel, our pride and joy. I'm really glad you like it.
Why the emphasis on eel? I'd personally have settled for really, as in reeling in a fish.
Ah, are you two the lawyers Miss Buckler mentioned?
Why is Fulbright's name just question marks? Also, I must state again how weird it feels to play this episode after Turnabout For Tomorrow, knowing this guy is evil.
And who is your sea urchin-like friend there? I don't believe we've met.
No, but you're sure to at least heard of him, right?
Let me introduce you. This is the friend I was telling you about. Her name is Aura Shipley, but she only responds to Orla, so that's what people call her. I'm her trainer. She's the suspect in the murder, but she'd never hurt anybody.
Well, I guess it's only fitting that Phoenix's first case in his return to lawyering would be the most whacked out case in his entire life. How many lawyers do you know of represented Orca of all clients arguing why it should be put to sleep?
I heard you once question an animal during a trial, and that got your client off the hook.
Well, for one murder anyway. I mean, they don't eat people, do they? Yikes! I think I made her mad!
I won't have you talk that way in front of Orla. Orcas have feelings too, you know.
Yeah, boss. They have emotions just like we do.
Sorry.
Is anger the only feeling I inspire in women?
James Bond, he ain't.
But how do I help an orca? Wait, yes, I can do this!
As cool as it would be to free the orca Free Willy style, this is a courtroom drama, so it's easy to guess what you're gonna do. If we could prove this was a murder, we might be able to take it to trial, and then Orla would certainly need the help of a few good lawyers. You see, it's not just men in the law firm now, is it?
Really? That's fantastic! You're not such a bad guy after all, Detective Fulbright.
Yes, he is. This person practically scarred you for life. I just like to jot down notes on the case and the court record as I go along. We can use it as a sort of to-do list. That's right, the game goes through a tutorial on how to conduct an investigation, even in this special DLC episode. Tell me, how many of you played this case before playing the Monstrous Turnabout? I can't imagine there being that many. I highly doubt this would ever be an Ace Attorney newcomer's first episode to investigate, so why go through the tutorial again?
I see some swords! I wonder if they have anything to do with the case!
They're made of rubber. I doubt they could be used as a weapon. Hey, an Interpol agent once made the argument that a hollow fake sword was used as a murder weapon even after the hollowness proved him wrong, so anything's possible.
Orla's not going to notice me from here. I better move around to the front.
She can't just turn around? The pool looks big enough for that.
A punk rock pirate killer whale. Ugh, it's official. Society's on the road to ruin.
Funny you should mention punk rock and road to ruin in the same sentence. Yeah, the game requires you to examine the octopus before advancing. All it relates to is a story about when Orla cheered Sasha up. Where I draw the line is that this story has nothing to do with the case. It wasn't even how there came to be a big mess near the body.
Hit him with your water cannon, Captain, and spare no quarter.
Talk about soaking someone in a suit without permission.
We swim through storms and waves, all because you see grand treasure and adventures waiting just for me.
I'm a little disappointed they didn't just have the orca singing in the background as Sasha sings all the lyrics. I think it would have emphasized the whole thing with them singing at the same time a whale of a lot better. Yeah, I can make stupid marine animal puns too.
So what's this decisive evidence? Don't hold out on us now, Detective Fulbright!
I'm very sorry, but I can't share classified information with the defense, especially not security footage that shows the moment the orca attacked the victim.
Detective says they won't reveal information, but end up revealing it anyway, cliché.
Yep, I'm to personally see to it that this baby stays safe. It will never leave my side.
Excuse me, there's a call for you, Detective.
I'll be right there! Sorry, guys, you know how it is.
Couldn't you keep that camera someplace safe? If not in your jacket, maybe you have a satchel or a sack you keep important evidence in? Also, why is it important that we see the security footage now? Like in Turnabout Samurai, wouldn't it be seen in court anyway? Also, it's the year 2027. We finally have access to photos in color after 3 games of not having photos in color. Heck, we even have video in color, even as early as Apollo Justice. Yet this particular security footage is in black and white?
Let's see. According to the description, this room is a pub where pirates gather, explore and interact with sea creatures, actually feel the electricity of electric eels and feed real piranhas, experience the terror of the seas with these dangerous experiments.
All of those sound less like terror and more like torture to me. Sounds more like a virtual reality experiment, honestly.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Before you ask others, shouldn't you give your name first? Basic manners, young lady.
Surprises me to see people adhere to these manners in particular. That's because these games are how I first learned of these manners. And I learned it as a grown man, too.
But I don't want to be Yellow Girl.
I can only imagine how much more offensive that sounded in the Japanese version. Man, a comment about that would be fun to read.
You say you're interested in the aquarium, but you don't look like a staff member.
Who says you need to be a staff member to be interested in something? I remember this! Psyche locks.
Huh? Psychedelic rock? Cyborg clocks? What?
Though I guess it is Athena's first time hearing of this.
Yo! Ho, ho! Cleaner? Nuh-uh! Theta, that's right! Yo, girl, why you hiding from me? I'm searching all around like this be a bad dream!
I thought this day would never come. An Ace Attorney game where someone raps.
I also prepped the food the animals eat. That's the hardest part of all.
You mean it's really difficult to get the hang of?
Nah, I mean, I'm a vegetarian, so cutting fish and meat and stuff creeps me out.
This guy would literally bite out of a swordfish once he buffs up into Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Raffle is the name of one of our penguins.
A penguin? Why would you name a penguin something like that?
Yo, check this out. Ahoy! Yo, ho, ho!
Oh great, he's rapping again.
Man, what you mean, oh great? My rapping fucking slaps. You think it's so cool? What you do for a living? Point out each and every little thing wrong with a piece of media, even though it was just for a joke, and you just too lazy to make an actual critique, making you a pathetic and sad human being?
I'm just making jokes.
Oh shit, Ray, seriously?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Sit your ass down, little bro. Turnabout Reclaimed is goated.
P.U. It smells so fishy.
A fish smells like fish. Surprise the century right there.
I guess it isn't easy to believe in somebody who can't even speak up for herself.
Or even someone who doesn't want to speak up for himself. You know, just saying.
Eek!
Oh, come the heck on! The jump scare wasn't that bad.
Hey! Get back here, you little pipsqueak!
Yeah, in my experience, chasing an animal that's running from you is not any way to get them to like you. Well, look who it is. The little girl from the original trilogy makes her return in this game, and her only true relevance is in paid DLC. Oh my gosh, a DLC episode did a better job working an older character into the story than any episode in the base game.
This is Pearl Faye. I call her Pearls. She may dress a little funny, but that's because she's a spirit medium, a real prodigy with great power at that.
So great, in fact, that we don't see her channel anyone at all in the Apollo Justice trilogy, just in the original trilogy.
I even bought myself a little penguin calendar here at the aquarium gift shop.
Let's talk about this calendar, assuming it's for the year 2027. If we believe this image, whatever month it is, probably January, the first day is on a Saturday, but the real January 2027 starts on a Friday. Not only that, the only month in 2027 that starts on a Saturday is May, and the episode takes place in July. Goes to show how much the designers care about the year.
That calendar is a real hit with all our female visitors. I even have one myself, but the rest of the staff thinks it's too cutesy.
I guess it doesn't really fit with the whole rough and tumble pirate image very well. What are you talking about? Look at the entrance to Ship Shape Aquarium. How is that not cutesy? The calendar fits.
Grr, why can't I get Rifle to like me?
Maybe you should quit chasing after her with that scowl of yours.
Mr. Nick, how could you speak to a lady so rudely?
A lady? Athena?
Rifle, I have a present for you. It's chock filled with love. Here you go. Hey, Orla ate my love-filled fish.
Well, what did you expect? You're throwing the dang thing.
This is Orla the orca. Rifle and Orla are best friends. They belong together like a clownfish and a sea anemone.
Care to phrase that in a way us non-biology majors can understand?
Somebody needs to watch Finding Nemo.
Oh, so this orca is a suspect. I read in a book once that orcas eat penguins.
What kind of book was she reading? That is some serious orca slander. Oh wait, it's true? Gosh freaking dang it, Capcom.
Ahoy! Big small fry was so close with the assist. Rhymes a raffle reunion until ending in bliss. Now, Animal Keeper Rhymes ain't gonna get cut. Mad props, small fry. This case is now shut. Yo! 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 Ho! Ho!
They couldn't even keep each rhyme in the same text box.
I witnessed the very moment the killer whale attacked the victim.
That's kinda all we get from her, making it pointless to question her before we even get to the trial.
In justice we trust. So I take it Mr. Plume's just finished telling you what she saw?
Detective Fulbright. I guess you've already heard it too? Of course he did. Didn't she say she told the police? There are things now that we couldn't see before.
Like another ball. I guess Orla really likes them.
How appropriate that there's two balls. We better take a good look around. Sure, just one extra click, that's all.
I wonder what the dummy is used for anyway.
Oh, that? We use it to train Orla.
Ah! Did you never leave the room?
What's a blobfish? Or do I not want to know?
Oh, believe me, the blobfish is like the elephant man of marine biology. Hey, Sasha, would you happen to know anything about this coin?
Oh, I guess I missed one. I just finished cleaning up the rest of them.
You picked up all the coins already?
That's right. After the police finished their investigation, they gave me the go-ahead. I haven't found them all yet, though. I'm still missing a few.
So, you didn't just miss one?
Want me to go down and check?
You can't jump in dressed like that. You'll drown under the weight of your clothes.
No, I won't. I'm a pretty good swimmer, you know.
Yeah, but no swimmer who values their life dresses the way they do in court, no matter the experience or skill. 300 coins together could definitely be used as a weapon. All you'd have to do is throw them or freeze them. If anyone picked one of these unironically, I only have one question to ask. Are you okay?
What? It's Prosecutor Blackwell who wants to prosecute Orla?
That's fine, Detective. Thanks for arranging this for us.
Well, I must say you're taking this rather calmly.
Especially for a lawyer that hasn't had a badge for 8 years.
But how in the world do we defend an orca in court anyway?
The same way as we would a human? Well, that's all I got.
Oh, I also queued up the Swashbuckler video, so we can play it anytime.
On what? Do these guys just have a portable DVD player with them wherever they go? I guess because this is an unprecedented trial, they wanted to start earlier to get this farce over with as soon as possible. Also, courtroom number 4 again. I swear it's a conscious decision to have all trials prior to the bombing be in the courtroom that gets bombed. Absurd or not, I will carry out my duty to defend my client.
Your duty to defend your crying aunt? Don't you mean your crying orca, Mr. Wright?
I think this judge will need a hearing aid in Ace Attorney 7, like how Edgeworth got a pair of specs in this game.
I borrowed this TV phone from the aquarium, which will allow us to interact with the orca.
TV phone? Looks more like a flip phone to me. And in 2027 too, in a game released in 2013. Keep up with the freaking times. So how's this monitor set up? Is it wireless? I hope it's wireless because it would be a hassle to unplug before removing it. No, it's not a glitch. The game really doesn't play audio from her waving her flipper at the defense bench. Or heck, it doesn't even play audio from any of the animations Orla does while being viewed on the monitor. I don't see the reason for this, as the audio is being picked up from the call as evidenced by Sasha's voice being heard.
Oh, it's quite cute, isn't it? And this adorable creature is suspected of killing a man?
I hope you know that more deaths by orca have occurred in containment than out in the wild.
Well?
I am Norma de Plume, and I'm a non-fiction writer.
Am I the only one who isn't telepathic here?
Looks like she can read into people's words just as well as I can read into people's hearts.
Giving your name and occupation before testifying seems to be a pretty standard procedure in Japanifornia's court, so I don't see what's so amazing here.
Your million seller, The Great Grief of the Great Thief, is one of my favorites.
Please tell me Kay Faraday's been making it big.
Now, deliver your judgment so I may carry out the sentence.
Who put you in charge of the Orca's punishment? So you'd think that presenting the autopsy report is just an option, and alternatively, you could present the security camera footage. But the autopsy report is the only piece of evidence the game allows you to present to this statement without any penalty. The camera footage doesn't show the Orca biting the victim at all, so how does it not follow that's the evidence you should present? In fact, Phoenix talks about the security footage in-game, so there's just no excuse whatsoever not to let me present the footage. But actually, when Blackwell presents the next part of the footage, it makes you realize something about what you first saw. Why was the one image all you got? Why did you not also see this part with the Orca dragging the corpse around in her mouth?
Oh? What?
Apparently her design is based on Marilyn Monroe. It only fits that this damage animation will be similar.
That Orca killed 2 people?
That thing is a menace.
Dude,
Guilty.
I never
Guilty,
wanna go
I
to the beach
say.
again.
Discount audience reaction to Jaws. What's that monitor doing back on the stand while DePlume is testifying? Can't there be just one place the monitor is kept? A place where no one's view, be it the defense attorney, prosecutor, judge, or witness, is obstructed by the monitor?
It's time to show what analytical psychology can really do.
And then show you again from the top 5 months later, just cuz.
It sounds like maybe you saw something we haven't discussed yet. Take your time and try to remember what it was. What did you see?
This is practically turning into a counseling session.
It is a counseling session. I'm not sure, but if simply wearing the pirate hat made the blood disappear, then the blood must have been coming from somewhere on Orla's head. Then we learn that the Orca was never injured, but rather blood splattered from Skull Rock onto her body. We're still left with the question of why the blood disappeared. If it wasn't because of the pirate hat, then what the heck was it?
How did the defendant's actions affect the case?
One of the options is to concede the Orca did it.
No. No!
No. Also, M-rated game squanders something. Ah!
My hair! My beautiful hair!
Ah, so that's why that one spike hangs out front.
Oh, yo! Ho, ho! People of the law, time to testify!
Great, he has to rap his own intro in court?
Oh my, I'm afraid I couldn't understand a word you said. Is that flip-flop music young people nowadays like?
What do you mean nowadays? Sure, we still got rappers now, but hip-hop's been in the pop culture for decades.
Yeah, that's the raffle calendar. It's a big hit at the Shipshape Aquarium gift shop. Thank you for shopping at Shipshape, yo!
I know for a fact Walmart has no ownership over Shipshape. The recess to summon Sasha was meant to be 20 minutes, but it actually turned out to be 23 minutes. That's cheating.
That Orla's smarter than the average whale, I tell ya.
Taka would not be bested in a battle of wits.
Hold it! Wait a minute! Widget is the smartest one of all.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the smartest one of all? Widget.
Is that a football chant or a Disney reference, or both? Also, how about Orla, Widget, and Taka all try matching their wits with Yogi Bear? Then we'll see who's the smartest.
That was a line from the show when Orla and Sasha quarrel with each other. Didn't you do your Swashbuckler Spectacular homework, Your Honor?
Why am I getting scolded here, Mr. Wright?
And why am I getting scolded here, Your Honor? Too much scoldage is going on here. Orla's eye creeps me out here, especially when we see her eyes on the actual live specimen. Seriously, look how black it is. It reminds me of a shark. A shark has lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes. You know what I'm saying?
On a diagram, it's easy enough to move the body to the bottom of the pool. But in real life, the water would just cause the body to float.
Right. Hold on. Water? Okay, then what if we flip that around? What if there was no water? Then the body would go right down in an instant.
Gee, thanks for straight up telling me the answer to the next question.
Oh, and what is that?
An updated autopsy report.
Haven't you heard? You absolute failure.
Objection!
But no one will commit murder where their card usage was being recorded.
Apparently, the aquarium employees don't know that their card usage is tracked.
Is it even worth the risk anyway? No! No! You thought that was alongside? Wait until you meet the mentor of Apollo's soon-to-be-dead best friend.
If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word!
Thanks. If you could organize the evidence and clean the office, that'd be great.
I meant anything I could do as a lawyer.
After all, the collection's named after me!
Miss Buckler is 100% innocent, so why did you arrest her?
That's a good question. Like, why did they arrest Larry Butts, Maya Fey, Will Powers, Maggie Bird, Maximilian Galactica, and a buttload more defendants that you can make the same argument in claiming they were 100% innocent?
Could you get this medicine to her?
Medicine? Looks like a prescription from Hickfield Clinic. Again, I'm just hoping that pervert is out finally.
Who barges into a person's lab without permission?
Eek! We're sorry!
My apologies, sir. She insisted.
Don't throw me under the bus, Mr. Wright!
Why not? The assistant's done that sort of thing to the protagonist in a couple games before. How do you like them apples?
I'm not taking sides. I'll give information to anyone who wants it. What you do with that information at Sausage Trial is up to you.
These words aren't exactly common among trial witnesses, so it's nice to see Herman Crab with just this much to say.
So this incident happened on the exact same date as the last one. It can't be a coincidence.
I'm pretty sure it is, dude. This being the song to Plume heard last year gives me the impression that Ship Shape Aquarium used to be more edgy back then, but following the death of Azura Summers and the controversy of the killer whale, they gave the place a cutesy makeover. In other words, a complete change in design and presentation in respect to a recent tragedy. Yeah, this place sucks now.
Oh, we be pirates, we love to sail the seven seas.
This is a good singing voice, but that sounds nothing at all like Athena's speaking voice, even though it's the same actress. You know what's bullcrap about the Swashbuckler video? It doesn't operate like the overplayed videotape from Turnabout Serenade. In that one, while viewing it in the court record, you can skip to different parts of the video with relative ease. Why can't you do the same here? This game came out after Apollo Justice, so there's no excuse not to have that same feature. So if you want to listen to the Swashbuckler Spectacular song, you have to watch the little bit that plays beforehand. Why? It's not like I'm watching a James Bond opening. Again, shouldn't Orla's singing be in the background while we were reading the actual English lyrics sung by Sasha? I think we better stop by the office and discuss a plan of action. That and to get some equipment we need to investigate.
3, 2, 1, ta-da!
Wow, you pulled Mr. Nick's cell phone for your magic panties. That's amazing.
Did Phoenix just leave his phone at the office?
Well, I'll be right here, hanging around watering Charlie. If you think of anything...
In case you hardly bothered to examine the plant in the office in any of the earlier games, that's Charlie. It's been in the office since we first knew it as Faye & Co. Law Offices. Funny of the game to reference Charlie in mandatory dialogue, despite any and all other references to Charlie being an optional dialogue. Can we talk about this little area at the bottom of the orca pool? Obviously the purpose is so the orca can stay healthy during cleaning. But first off, what if that area gets all dirty too? Second, this isn't even close to enough space for an orca to occupy. So they'll let us play with luminol, but not the fingerprint powder?
Oh no! I'm so sorry. I got some on Orla by mistake.
That's no mistake. I told you to spray there.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
I'll mark where the luminol reactions were.
Wouldn't it make more sense to take the picture with the camera lens pointing through the red-tinted glasses? Saves the trouble.
All right. What do you want us to do?
There's no time to fill the pool to get her to the top.
Not sure that would help. We're talking about an unconscious orca that's sunk below the surface. Dr. Crab, the stretcher is ready.
Good. Let's get it onto Orla.
That sounds like it's going to be tricky if Orla's unconscious in that pretty cramped area at the bottom of the pool.
Then, what is wrong with Orla?
I don't need to share that information with you people. It's none of your business.
You say that like you're the only person in the whole world who has access to 3Z sleeping pills. Well, guess what, genius? 8 years ago, a 17-year-old girl was drugged with that exact tranquilizer brand by a manipulative, sociopathic butt mongrel. And let me tell you, he was no cloud, but the entire circus. Also, thanks for not just taking the pill with you before leaving us alone to watch Orla. Okay, maybe you don't know exactly what 3Zs is, but to call it mysterious is kind of a stretch, don't you think? You could at least guess it's a sleeping pill just by the name, right? That meaning is about as subtle as a gunshot.
How can you trust a creature that can't speak? You can't even know what it's thinking.
So pets are a doomed concept from the start, right?
I can't even imagine the show without Miss Buckler. It would be like, where's the beef?
Is she trying to say it would be like bones without any meat on them?
No, she's saying it would be like a hamburger without a patty, which is not how Maya would like her Wendy's burgers, or any burger.
Well, it's not like a public pool. Everybody who gets into this pool knows how to swim. Just like in the courtroom. It's sink or swim in there. A newbie could really get hurt. You know, like last time in court, I could have really gotten injured. I was an inch away from getting attacked by a witness.
Yeah, a trial with Apollo could be a pretty dangerous affair.
The last trial she had with Apollo was the murder at Ninetailsville. Not sure I'd say any of the witnesses tried to attack her in court, unless she's referring to a different case altogether in between.
Why not admit you're only doing this for your own benefit? I could understand that much more readily than your empty, righteous talk.
Try directing that to Hollywood, edgelord.
I guess prosecutors these days are more about harsh monochrome than fancy frills.
Psh, tell me about it. Could you have this capsule checked out? I think it's some kind of medicine.
Sure thing, Mr. Wright. I'll go to a hospital or something and have somebody take a look. Let's see. I'm pretty sure the closest one is Hickfield Clinic.
Have fun trying not to get creeped out.
Prosecutor Blackwell said that you two would abandon me.
Oh, come on. I know 7 years serving time for a murder you didn't commit does things to a person, but this?
And Orla can only perform 1 trick per signal. In other words, she can't perform 2 tricks at a time.
That alone should be enough to cast suspicion away from Sasha, but then again, the singing and lifesaver trick have a legit explanation. Reason being, it was something that actually happened, and could have been done by Sasha just the same as the real culprit.
After she died, I swore on this charm.
Which is still written in Japanese, it looks like. Guess they didn't have time to alter the text when exporting the game in English.
What's this? The bottom of her feet are pink.
Oh no! What kind of sickness is that? We have to get her to a doctor!
Sis, we were already supposed to bring her to Dr. Emmett L. Brown right there. Yes, Dr. Emmett L. Brown. Doctor!
Torpedo. It stands for Teleobservation Real-Time Pertinent Data Organizer.
Okay, but is it super admin restricted desktop access password protected?
Again, a reference you wouldn't get unless you found a piece of optional dialogue within a previous game of the series. Also, another acronym where 2 of its letters are from the same word, both one immediately after the other.
But breaking the law is breaking the law!
But in some cases, lives can be saved by breaking the law.
I mean, I guess, but...
Were you and Miss Summers romantically involved?
Imagine if Miss Summers was a teenager at the time of her death. It would have been a lot worse if the answer to Athena's question was yes.
It turns out that mysterious capsule is a powerful sleeping drug. Apparently the brand name is 3Zs.
Okay, yeah, it says 3Zs right on it.
And they said the ship-shaped aquarium vet recently bought a large quantity from them.
Gee, thank you. Thank you very much for going out there, gathering some information we had just learned at this lab.
Dr. Hickfield himself gave me some information. Ship-shaped aquarium has someone on their staff named Azura Summers, right?
Yeah, the one who died a year ago.
Well, Azura Summers was getting a certain medication from Hickfield Clinic last year. The same heart medication as Sasha Buckler.
First off, the way Apollo says this makes it sound as though he was there at the detention center with us when Sasha talked about her heart condition, even though he was out looking for info about the 3Zs pill, so that was a pretty random info drop. But it was actually a random info drop from Dr. Hickfield anyway, because I really don't think Dr. Crab would give that much explanation for why he was buying a bunch of tranquilizer pills for an orca.
But would Azura send Dr. Crab videos, I wonder?
Videos? What do you mean?
Azura used to send her boyfriend videos of herself teaching the orcas tricks.
Phew, thank goodness. So TV phones can shoot videos too, huh? My dumb phone sure can't. See, Phoenix, that's why you need to get a smartphone, because dumb phones are, well, they're dumb. The more I think about it, the more I realize that perhaps there are other trials scheduled for different times in the same building. Of course it will be in a different courtrooms, but I still find it a bit odd to start at a time other than 10 on the dot unless there's a reason. Like in Turnabout Serenade, where the trial was delayed because the judge visited the Chief Justice's son in the hospital. The defense is ready. Ah!
Ready.
Was that really necessary?
Son of a gun. Dr. Herman Crab, Ship-Shape Aquarium's veterinarian.
And could you tell us the name of your cute little friend there as well?
Your Honor, please focus on the case.
But it's important to learn all we can about the witness.
What else could you need to know? Favorite food? Best friend's name? Eye color? Foot size? Foot size especially doesn't matter.
When intensive cleaning is done, the orcas move to the show stage pool first. So the water is only drained while the pool is being cleaned.
I assume that would entail there's a small door in the divider that separates Orla's living space at the bottom of the pool from the drain. Otherwise, for that space where Orla floats, there's no other way that area will be cleaned in an efficient manner. The problem is, since Dr. Crab has no access to the Orca pool room, he didn't know about that little space at the bottom. And whether or not that small door in the divider I mentioned existed is up for debate, given the angle in which we see the bottom.
Fine, I was supposed to meet Jack at the Orca pool at that time. But I ended up not going.
That's not what you said to us yesterday. You said you waited at the Orca pool for the captain, but he never showed. When you see Dr. Crab behind the witness stand during the shot, you notice that he's actually wearing flip-flops. I know Dr. Crab specializes more in technology than he does in chemical science, but open-toed footwear is still not advised.
What circumstance was different between the two possibilities of cleaning and 7 a.m.?
The time of day was no freaking crap. Have fun arguing that in an effort to establish the time of death.
Going to the fence, I thought surely you were trying to cross-examine the Orca.
What, just because I've been goaded on it once before and it actually worked? In fact, you know what's really funny? When Manfred von Karma jokingly suggested Phoenix cross-examine the parrot, he went and did it, and it worked against von Karma. If von Karma just didn't say anything, Phoenix would never have made the Turnabout of the Century from his efforts. Here, Blackwell, just like von Karma, jokingly suggested Phoenix cross-examine an animal, and if you try it, you don't progress. You don't get a penalty, but Blackwell knows what's up. He knows you won't get anything useful from cross-examining the Orca.
Ah! How dare you!
Careful, Doctor, or you might be the second character in the Ace Attorney timeline to be put on trial for damaging the witness stand. The Torpedo, or Tele-Observation Real-Time Pertinent Data Organizer, is a data system. How do you remember the real name?
These sensors send sound waves from the water to gather data on the creatures.
Crab's mouth wasn't moving for that line.
Yesterday, someone gave the Orca food during the trial.
Someone did? I'm afraid I don't remember that.
You don't remember? You're not that old yet, are you?
As a matter of fact, it happened twice, but I will only mention that one time because the prosecutor's goal is a guilty verdict. You gotta love how they put question marks for the name tag just to not make it obvious it's rhymes dialogue. Extra good thing those lines are written like they could have been spoken by practically anybody else. Not that either of those things make it any easier or harder to remember who fed Orla after the trial ended. You might as well not even have the flashback.
Orla killed the captain by bashing him 30 feet high and making him slam into the water.
I just know that Rhymes is full of bullcrap just from saying that. Is he even trying to be clever with blaming the Orca?
Having a witness lie to save our client. What a dirty, underhanded tactic, right, Dono?
Did our reaction to the witness's testimony suggest we were using that tactic to you? Some master of psychology you are! The only two things Miss Buckler moved to the Orca pool are Orla and the Skull Rock. I would like to suggest that the victim's body may have been inside the Skull Rock. How big is the Skull Rock anyway? Yeah, bigger than Sasha is only 5'3", but I find it hard to imagine that even if curled up, Jack Shipley could even fit in there.
In the show pool, the Orca shot the captain up into the air. Then the captain came down and slammed into the water.
65 feet into the air? I don't think an Orca could shoot him that high. I know he's desperate to pin the crime on the Orca as revenge, but dude, have some credibility. Then again, how do you make the Orca shooting someone up in the air and falling 65 feet credible?
When you see something off in a statement, press probe.
Oh my gosh, it's even giving a tutorial on how to deal with an emotional overload. I wouldn't mind so much if it was optional, but this isn't the first time we're dealing with an emotional overload. Mr. Rhymes, you're angry with Orla, aren't you?
Angry? At an Orca? Why would I be?
Look no further than the Killer Whale book that I showed not long ago. The image that shows your now dead girlfriend! So, from that barrel that came out of nowhere filled with steroids, I guess, Marlon Rhymes just morphed into Arnold Schwarzenegger. Cool.
Order! If we don't have order, Prosecutor Blackwell will yell at us!
That's your concern? What about Schwarzenegger over on the stand?
The Orca was his true target, but Jack Shipley is the one who died.
Hang on, I'm getting a sense of deja vu here. The ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake, instead of Regina! Is this a superior version of Turnabout Big Top? The culprit intended to kill someone, but someone else died by accident. And this time it's about an Orca. They're pulling through. I gotta keep playing. For now, just no sin for this. No sin. First of all, in order to kill the Orca, Mr. Rhymes removed something from the scene. And by doing so, he made it possible for Mr. Shipley to fall to his death.
He did what now? Mr. Wright, what did Mr. Rhymes remove in an attempt to kill Orla?
Even a little baby could guess something like this.
That day I was simply looking after the Orca. Why would I have the monstrous thought of killing it?
Didn't you already admit you wanted it dead after it supposedly killed your girlfriend?
The bottom of Rifle's feet were pink for some reason. That fact is a clue that Rifle was indeed at the show stage.
Gee, thanks for the not-so-oblivious hint. Whoa, Rhymes was so shocked the bite marks opened up again. The defense calls the central figure in both cases Orla the Orca! So he is cross-examining the Orca after all, is he?
I will be watching to see how this all unfolds. Good luck to you, blue and yellow duo.
Once we have your respect, would it kill you to use our real names? A 10-minute recess actually went for 9. That's cheating.
Oh!
I have no interest in this chit-chat. On with the cross-examination.
Whoa, slow down, Simon. We didn't even hear the Orca's testimony yet.
Hold it!
Miss Shipley, I'm afraid Fweet is not going to get us anywhere. Hey, that's just like when Phoenix tried to get Polly to say something other than hello.
If you continue this mockery, I will subject you to 40 lashes with a wet fish.
Not a wet noodle? That just sounds fishy.
Hey, speaking from experience, anything is better than 40 lashes from a whip. One reference at a time, please.
What a heartwarming scene. It reminds me of my granddaughter with her pet.
Wow, your granddaughter must have a pretty large pet. Not necessarily, just any pet she has a strong connection with. I'm done playing games. I will now explain how Orla was manipulated by Mr. Rhymes. Yeah, disappointingly, cross-examining the Orca, unlike another scenario where you cross-examined an animal, was fruitless.
And on what grounds do you base your assertion that the singing trick was faked?
You'd think the TV phone would work just as well as a swashbuckler video in order to answer this question, but the game says no. My question is, why does it say no? It can present the same argument, and Phoenix would even talk about the TV phone automatically. So there's no excuse for the TV phone to not work as the evidence you need to present to the judge's question. I can use the right analog stick to rotate the evidence. Here we go with another tutorial. After examining the walkie-talkie, you'd think your next plan of attack would be to present evidence that it didn't belong to Rhymes, but actually you're straight back in the testimony and you have to press the first statement, then you can present the evidence. This game gets way too tricky sometimes.
If I can figure out what's different about the bite marks.
You can figure out the difference just by looking at it. It's why there's a difference that you really need to consider.
The Orca a year ago and Orla have different songs and different teeth. Don't I have 2 videos on hand that can be used to compare those differences?
These are the last 2 pieces of evidence I need to present before the breakdown. Why not just let me think of what to present?
Forgive me, Marlon. I didn't realize what deep pain you were in. But please don't blame Orla. It's nobody's fault. Not Orla's, and not yours.
This really is a superior version of Turnabout Big Top. The victim died by complete accident while someone else was the target. And the reason that someone else was the target was because someone special to the perp had supposedly suffered at her hands. Well, flippers, but in this instance, Marlon is far more sympathetic. He only ever meant harm to the Orca and no human. I couldn't believe it myself, but they took some of the negative qualities of Big Top and turned them into positives and reclaimed. Now that is what I call commitment. A few months later, huh? So what I'm betting is before the Academy murder, or in between the Academy murder and the bombing. The game never seems to specify that for some reason.
And so, our pirates set sail for bluer seas under a sunnier sky.
Narration. Also, I know this episode was first paid DLC, but it's a little crappy that there's no credit sequence for completing Turnabout Reclaimed. Then again, I guess all the commentary by the DLC exclusive characters was already in the epilogue, so no need for credits. That's right, there's a little bonus for making it to the end of the all episodes compilation for everything wrong with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. It's all the outtakes from Nozari Shiko, the actress for Trucy Wright, headlines from Jack BW, the voice of Aristotle Means, who... yeah, he'll tell you why that's so special. Anyway, congratulations on making it to the end of the compilation, and I hope you enjoy.
I decided to re-record my lines. It's not as good as the other one, I guess. It's just that might need some tweaking. But other than that, I hope they're fine. So yeah.
Daddy said with those horns of yours, you made a great addition to their festival. I mean, just look at those... Uh-oh. I think now she thinks that you're a demon lawyer from Hell Valley. I love Trucy so much. I want to hug her so badly. 3, 2, 1, ta-da! I love her so much. I need more Trucy screen time. I love her. Okay. Can it wait? I just sent a batch of freshly baked cookies on my magic fancies. Trucy. Oh. Trucy's I want her to marry me. Guys, this is not pedophilic behavior. Since I am 17 and she's 18. I'm just gonna put the outtakes in there. That's funny. Because I'm okay. It's not because I'm lazy. Yes, it's because I'm lazy. Who do I did it? I'll just cut off like those parts. What? I remember it made me cry during Apollo Justice. I think I cried so many times. During this is entire like really. I keep crying during Ace Attorney. I don't know why. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country, carries out dangerous missions, and always gets girls? Man, should I be a spy for her? Is she into that? We've got plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it on before the day is done. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. Maya. About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. Oh god, why did I say it so happily? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've got haywire. I know. Trucy should have been one of the main characters. About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gotten haywire. Anyways, for an extra, you can hear Trucy singing the Swashbuckler song in like Japanese because that's the only one I know. 夏も海とま一歩一二を最強のホツとツホツス破壊の行くのヒックピックリ大空像時始まりさヘイ
Okay, I'm gonna try and read these lines. First I'll be doing them. First I'll be reading them in Greek, and then I'm gonna try and repeat those lines in English, as if I was still speaking Greek. You know, just to get that authentic accent. Okay, let me just check. Okay, going first here. Oh my god, his smile f***ing terrifies me. Ma perilam vanetis idias dexiotites bocanon enan dikigoro. Dikigoro, igonia to herio otan phonaseis enstasi. Osostos tropos diana anevesto viva. Fi arm angle when shouting, objection. Fi proper way to strike the podium. No, that wasn't right. Den eparchei logos anisichias, echome enandiasimo eisanglea etoimo jamia etetoia hypothesi. There's no cause for alarm. We have a Let me try that again. There's no cause for alarm. We have a Why can't I say this word? There's no cause for... One more time. I need to fucking do this right. Prebeina apodeixometin afoititatis me cafedinato meso. Uskopos aia fei ta mesa. We must prove it. I can't do this very fast. Let me try that again. Okay, next line here. This it's just in the beginning, so this is quite a long one. Etsi, oi favoi muden itan avasimoi. Aloste, o simerinos ei sangelas enaitoso tromera vanafsos. Kai profimos na crisimo police cave aparaito meso diana kerdise mia katadiki. Oh my god, that smile. I can't get over it. But I'm not gonna record that line, of course, so Ala anafti idiki prohurise meton idiotropo kai teleios. Oh my god, this voice. I'm literally going to lose my throat because I have to sound like a middle-aged man. Alright, let me try this again. Alaan afti diki prohurise meton idiotropo kai teleios meton idiotropo oposi ei koniki diki. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, I think that will do. The way is it trial? What did I become German all of a sudden? Okay, let me try that again. Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking throat! Let me try that one more time. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the try again. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the why can't I repeat this? But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same this f sound, it doesn't exist. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same May? No. How did May? Why is it Way? How did Way become May? Did I read it upside down? Okay, one more time. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the one more time. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and but if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, there we go. I think that'll do. That f***ing smile. You're gonna hear me comment on his smile like a lot of times in these recordings, but I know I have to read the lines properly, so let me just get this straight. It's only per anazita dikigoro por borei natos apalexei apota onomatatus. Mono ego emai kani jakati tetoyo. Esieke, ksipna, dose prosochi. Okay, I just got done eating dinner, so let me try. Let me try reading this. And yes, I saw the footage. He of course has that bloody smile again. He's gonna abuse the heck out of it. He's not even trying to hide that he's evil and such. After enai peripo, mia apotis kaliteres omilies mo, an mo epi... I can't even read Greek. I already butchered the pronunciation probably. I can't wait to get panned by the Greeks. Let me try that again. After enai peripo, mea apotis kaliteres omilias mo, an mo epitrepetai na poto na topo kiego. Eida malista merikos apotos mafites mas medakria stamatia. Tora, iperasi pizomenoiti dikia. Greek is so hard. I already can't read the script. I'm literally reading a transliteration, so I might not even be getting it right. Tora, iperas pizomenoiti dikaiosini, tintaksi kai olla takala, oskopos agyazeita mesa. Enstasi! Objection! Tolmas na apokalesses psematatis didaxkalies kaitis methodos mu? Polikala, Bobby. Molis gerdises ena chryso asteri kai proagogi se epi kefalis peifariko upalilo. Very good, Bobby. You just earned your... I can't do this. Fainetai oti ineari maskeria echemia polikali idea. Alla fachrissimo poliso cafe meso. Ακόμα keina petaxo petres. Anafdo fatis abus passetim brosochi. Staff? Afdo enait odori enos podaio nomico polemisti. Kyrie po... I can't do this. Let me try again. I'm gonna lose my voice because of how loud I am. Kyrie po... Why do I keep forgetting the R? One more time. Kyrie proedre, en asintomo di alemma, anfelete, me cafe di nato troppo. Ti fagine an xeforto foto dorimu. Perimenete, ti fagine anto capso. Anto ano afto, fagrifo afos. Ne, ema afos, sas leo. Your Honor, a brief recess if you will. No, I didn't do the pronunciation right. Let me get back there. Your Honor, a brief recess if you will. By any means possible. What if I get off my spare? Wait, what if... I can't do this. I can't do this breakdown. Or this confession. Faparo o tifelo me cafe meso. Tora, dosemo aftitin apodeixi. Orana petaxo da scupidia, japanta. Tora vlepeis poso o iscrio borei. Damn it, let me try that again. Faparo o tifelo me cafe meso. Tora dosemo aftitin apodeixi. Orana petaxo ta scupidia, japanta. Tora vlepeis poso iscrio borei na enai o to scopos adjaceta mesa. I'll take what I want. Let's try that again. I'll take what I can't read this.